Yo, it's your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, back at you with a new video. Today is Thursday, April 27th, 2023, with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Smash that like button either now or on your way out. Donate to your boy if you can. Cash App, $, ORION, NWSF, or the YouTube Super Chat right here. We got the 2023 NFL Draft, the first round, with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. This is going to be exciting. I think that this is one of the lower drafts as far as talent, but as far as surprises, this could be one of the drafts in the last 5 years or 10 years where we really don't know what direction some of the teams are going to go, and that gives a little bit of extra excitement. And shout out to my girl, Zini Panini. And let me get we got the first donation of the night, which is fantastic. It's always good to start early and often. And even before the stream started, bang, baby, let's go. $25 dono from Zini Panini. She's working 2 jobs, grinding her ass off. Obviously, just work, not a whole lot of extra time to really be able to do a whole lot. But bless her heart, even though she's been so busy, that she was willing to, donate a nice 25 or to help us get, a quarter of the way to our first initial goal. I won't lie. My mental health has been challenging. I didn't really feel too good, this afternoon or this morning. I tried to spend some time with Paisley and I just try to get, plenty rest, plenty water. And also we have a very hot day here in Oregon. I need to look to see what the temperatures are, but I think normally it's around like 40 or 50 degrees around this time. Right now it's 80 in Oregon. So I got the hard hat, I got the chain on, and I got the jersey on. We'll see how long that will stay. I got a fan on me on maximum, and hopefully I'll be able to stay cool and hydrated. This NFL draft in Kansas City is so cool. And look at this audience. Where is Cyberpunk? Where are Jamison Meza? There are a few people that are there. And I know that Holly was a little under the weather, so I would assume that she would be there. I'm not sure if she is, but based on the last time that I, kind of touched base, she was kind of sick. So I don't think that she's there. I would assume she's watching from home. But there's quite a few people that are going to be there. And I like the layout of obviously being here in Kansas City. It's open, it's different. And I like it that they move it around, from, different location to different location. And obviously them coming off the, championship with the Super Bowl and whatnot. Fantastic venue. And like I said, there might actually be, some people on the channel. I mean, I know it's a big crowd. But you never know where these people are. And you never know. We might actually have some camera shots of Cyberpunk, Jamison Meza, and a few others that are at the event tonight. A lot of people's, nights are going to change for the rest of their lives tonight. But remember, I've been evaluating drafts for many years, and I feel the talent level on this draft isn't as good as previous years. There are going to be busts in this drafts. There are going to be guys that underwhelm. There are going to be guys that just don't flat out cut it. There will be some gems, and there is going to be some surprises. We are doing the first round today, and then obviously tomorrow will be rounds 2 and 3, and then Saturday's rounds 4 through 7. Now, I don't know if I'm going to do rounds 4 through 7 just because it's a long day, and I know that I would be into it. I know Sarah would probably be into it, but let's be honest. I mean, when they're doing so many rounds like that, 90% of the people on planet Earth, if not higher, don't even really know a lot of the names of the guys that are around 4 through 7. And that's what they're here to do, is to be able to prove themselves on the NFL stage. So what we'll do today, we'll do tomorrow, and then maybe we'll do NBA playoffs, maybe, rounds 4 through 7. On Saturday, maybe some Mariners baseball or Dodgers baseball. I haven't really decided yet, but usually the best days are going to be today, the opening day of the draft, round 1, and then tomorrow, round 2 and 3. You should be able to get some starters right? You're going to get guys that are going to be role players, and there's also going to be guys that are going to surprise, and we might even get a couple Hall of Famers, on day 2 as well. So all pros, Pro Bowlers, we already know that, and I'm excited. Even though the draft on the quarterback side is a little weak, and I know a lot of people are nervous, on what's going to happen. And, if you end up getting Levis or Richardson, even if that ends up me being Tampa Bay and they slide, will I be happy? Hell no, I'm not going to be happy. I think these guys are not proven enough for me to pick them. Even Hendon Hooker, with the injury, I mean, I get it if he's sitting behind someone, like, Carr on the Saints and they draft him there, or sitting behind Geno. That would make sense, if they wanted to go for Seattle. But there are so many surprises in the NFL draft, and we saw that Lamar ended up getting his bag. Now he's going to be like the highest paid quarterback player. Lots of guaranteed money, but if you end up looking at all the people that make the most money, usually 80% of the people that make the most money, they don't even make the playoffs or go very deep into the playoffs. So, so just because you pay a guy a lot of money and you bring in OBJ, does anyone in their honest, mind right now thinking that the Ravens are going to win a Super Bowl next year, this year, the following year, 5 years from now? And the answer is no. They don't have the proper running back core. They don't have the offensive line since Marshall Yanda retired. They don't have the defense, right? And maybe the coach with Harbaugh, maybe he's losing his message. So you are going to get Lamar to stay. I thought that maybe them and the Niners would explore a Trey Lance to Lamar swap. And if Lamar ended up going to the Niners, they could win a Super Bowl there with the supporting cast and the coach. But it seems like Lamar is going to be staying put in Baltimore. And I imagine if you're a Baltimore Raven fan, you're probably pretty excited. But when you pay a quarterback too much money, that means there's going to be holes at running back, wide receiver, offensive line, defensive line, linebackers, corners, safeties. So you got your guy, right? You got your guy. But last time I checked, some of the backups on the Ravens when Lamar got hurt actually outplayed him or played up to his level in a short stint, not long term. We know these guys that obviously are the backups to Lamar probably can't be the guy long term, and Lamar is a name. He's an MVP guy. I don't know if I really like the move. It's like they pretty much didn't really have a choice, to, I guess, re-sign him. I mean, I guess they could have let him walk. But if you want to be relevant, right, and you want to try to get to 9 or 10 wins, Lamar can get that to you. But also what it's going to give you is a first-round exit almost every year unless they beef up that roster. So congratulations, the Ravens, for overpaying your guy. And, he's getting the bag. He's securing the bag. He's not fumbling the bag. But anytime you pay a quarterback too much money, watch to see how the team, kind of tries to build. And that's why it's always smart, right, to build a team and then to get a quarterback on a rookie deal. Like when Russell Wilson went to Seattle, Legion of Boom was there. Pete Carroll was there. Marshawn Lynch, beast mode, was there. They had the pieces. They just needed quarterback. And they ended up, making those deep runs, and they won one Super Bowl. They lost one Super Bowl, right? But once you get a guy that gets his bag, that's usually when it's the beginning of the end. And you can't afford other guys unless you get someone that's willing to restructure their contract, like a Tom Brady, a Peyton Manning, or someone of that nature to, say, I'll take less so we can get these other guys, because it is a team game. But not everyone is willing to do that. And it also depends if it's going to be the contract after the rookie deal, or if it's going to be the contract, you got the rookie deal, not a lot of money. Then you get the big deal contract. And then after that, maybe you get the second big contract. And that might be the last big one you get before the last one in your career. So Sarah in the building. How are you? Zini, $25 dono. I appreciate you, Zini, so much. And life has been a struggle right now, and I hope things are going good for you. And thank you so much for your generous donation. $25 dono. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Fly, Eagles, fly. Bang, bang. A little good luck for you guys, obviously, in the draft. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. A guy. Raiders. Okay? Let's go. And you say, I don't want a corner. I don't want a corner. Bad luck with corner. Bad luck with corner. And you know what? They're projecting, a lot of people are thinking that you guys will go corner. You might not go corner for this particular pick, but they are going to be looking at one within the first 3 rounds. We know that. But I don't know, man. Like I said, I kind of feel you too. You need O-line, you need defense, you need to be able to figure things out. And obviously, Raiders will be looking at a quarterback, you would think. Colts will be looking at a quarterback. Titans will be looking at a quarterback more than likely. And there might be a surprise team that we have no idea that is going to be trading up to make a splash. So we will see on how it goes. Good to see you in the building again. A guy, and he is a Raiders fan. What to do? Yes, Zini, Panini, my girl. Love her. Matt Payton in the building. Yo. It's your boy, Matt Payton, in the building all the way from Hawaii. What to do? How are you? $25. Let's get to a hundo. Let's do it. Let's go, baby. Let's go. And I do really appreciate the people that are loyal, to the brand, through thick and thin. You guys, mean everything to me. I appreciate you guys. And like I said, it's not necessarily, where you're watching the NFL draft. Sometimes it's who you're watching the draft with. And I couldn't ask for a better group than you guys. I appreciate you. And I would be. And remember, I told you, you can't always believe what you read on the internet. You can't always, believe what fan pages say. The biggest surprise tonight, right, would be if the Carolina Panthers pick Richardson number 1 overall. That would shake up everything in the draft. And, if they think that he's going to have the most upside, if they think he's going to be a Cam Newton 2.0, everyone thinks it's going to be Bryce. It's going to be Bryce. And it was supposed to be Bryce or CJ. But then CJ, obviously they had the leak with the test pretty much saying that he's a dumbass and he got an 18%. So he's not smart. And that might be smoke. That might be real. But anytime, you have these certain tests that will, determine if a player is smart or stupid, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be a bad football player, but it is something to, be aware of. Because let's be honest, there are some football players that are very, very intelligent, and there's some that just play football. And they might be able to pick up the playbook and the schemes, and that might be enough. You know what I mean? That might be enough. But obviously, the smarter the person is to be able to break down coverages and go over a complicated playbook, that's going to benefit the player. If the guy's a fucking dummy, it's going to be a lot harder for, him to succeed. Just ask Raiders fan, a guy with Jamarcus Russell. They'd be like, Jamarcus, are you doing the tape studies on the VHS? He's like, yeah. I'm doing the tape. I'm drinking the lean. And then what happened? The VHS tapes were blank, and he lied to him. So some guys are dedicated, some guys are not. I would be nervous. And like I said, if you're not getting Bryce or CJ, I wouldn't even take a quarterback this year. I would just say, fuck it, tank, and then try to be able to get someone better next year or the year after. Caleb Williams, Drake May, Arch Manning. Wouldn't you want one of those if you could, rather than Levis or Richardson? So, yes, Richardson has upside. Levis might be able to make it, but I am not sold on either one. It would have to be the right player on the right team with the right coaching staff, with the right supporting cast, with everything falling into line, and maybe both guys, could do something. But I think there's a more likely chance that both of them end up being busts. And then CJ and Bryce will be the best 2 quarterbacks in this draft. And even with that being said, those 2 will struggle as well. It's not like they're going to come out of the gates, guns a-blazing, in my opinion. So, Odin, son, in the building. What to do? What's good? Eddie's in the building. How are you? And that's one thing that I really try to hang my hat on. I don't try to be someone that I'm not. I'm not trying to, do it for clicks. I'm just trying to be honest and give an honest evaluation with how I feel. And I try to put myself in the shoes of every fan base. So like, if I am the Colts, how do I feel as a fan base? How do I feel as a fan base with Carolina? Because I'll tell you what, if the Carolina Panthers select Richardson, I would think about probably 25% of the fan base would be excited for the potential that could be there. And I think 75% are going to be, throwing shit, thinking that why did we give up Bryce? But again, it depends on coach, supporting cast, and the players around him. And honestly, whether it's Richardson, CJ Stroud or Bryce Young, right, at the number 1 pick, I'm not really sure if that one single player is going to be able to turn it around for that organization. They're still going to, I don't want to say suck, but they're still got a long ways to go. That's facts. And I appreciate you. Appreciate you, Eddie. There we go. Absolutely, man. We'll see where he goes. I think, like I said, there's a couple really good fits for him. I think Seattle and Atlanta would be the 2 destinations. And honestly, if they're not going to go Jalen Carter, I would really like to see Gonzalez in Seattle. So keep it Northwest, build a Legion of Boom, start it off with Tariq Woolen, and then you can get, obviously, Gonzalez. And if both of them end up being top 10 corners, which obviously, if you look at Tariq Woolen, it's a pretty good chance moving forward. If he can replicate what he did last year with Sauce Gardner, he should be a top 10, we hope, corner moving forward. But obviously, injuries could hold him back. But I know they need a nose tackle. They need D tackle. They need a lot of secondary. They need more O-line. They need more pieces, Seattle Seahawks. But I think Gonzalez, you're not going to have any character issues. The only thing you're going to have to worry about is if he's going to get hurt. Not lack of effort with Jalen Carter, not off the field issues like Jalen Carter. But with all that being said, with all the Jalen Carter hate that people are talking about, he still is one of the top 10 talents in this draft overall. It just depends if he's going to take plays off like Randy Moss did when he was on the Raiders, or if he's going to give it his all. So, and I also know that I was watching an interview with, obviously our guy, and probably the best player in the draft overall, Will Anderson Jr. And he said that his interview with Pete Carroll, he said out of all the interviews and of all the coaches, the coolest one out of them all, and the guy that he really, really likes, right, is Pete Carroll, which is kind of surprising. I don't think a lot of people would probably have thought that would come out of the mouth of Will Anderson Jr. Now, I don't know if he's going to be there because there's a chance that he goes 3, 4, 5, somewhere in that general range, right? But this would be a fantastic Seattle Seahawk pick, but I just don't think he's going to be there. I don't know. I just highly doubt it. He arguably could be the best player overall on the defensive side in the draft. Hell, he could be the best player in the draft if he stays healthy. Kind of like a Micah Parsons type of talent, Devin White, Micah Parsons, that type of talent of a player. So we'll see. We will see on how things move. Let's go, baby. I know a lot of people are excited right now. Yeah, and you always are going to get gems in the 4th round, the 5th round, the 6th round, the 7th round, undrafted. You're always going to get gems. And sometimes, honestly, it's a curse to get drafted really high, especially number 1 overall sometimes, because the pressure that you have, when you're the number 1 pick, everyone telling you you're the number 1 pick, you're the number 1 pick, all the expectations of being the number 1 pick. And that's why many, many, many number 1 and number 2 picks fail, because of the pressure that it takes, unless you're just a freak, right? And we ain't talking Giannis. If you're like a Peyton Manning, Andrew Luck type of freak talent, Trevor Lawrence, then you already know. But I don't know if I have that feeling with anyone in this draft. Again, if Drake May and Caleb Williams were in this draft, Bryce and CJ would probably go behind those 2. And that's not me being a hater. I think that's just truth. If we go into the draft next year, and we'll see how Arch Manning develops, and Quinn Ewers and some of these other guys that'll be coming out in the next few years. But based off Caleb and what he can do, and, being versatile, and also Drake May, being a freshman at North Carolina, already looking like a seasoned vet, like a senior as a freshman last year, he looks like the best pocket quarterback I've seen in a long time. And we'll have to wait and see on how he develops at North Carolina this season, as well as Caleb. But I am rooting for Bryce and CJ to pan out. I don't want to have this first round with a bunch of busts, but there is a high probability that we could, have quite a few busts in this draft. But we will have some underdogs, and we will have some gems. That's reaching a little bit, and I don't think they're going to. I mean, if you could probably grab him maybe, with that second pick that you have in the first round. But as far as, in the first round with that very high pick, I don't know, man. Is he worth picking at 10? Yes, he is. He is the best running back to me in this draft right? You can have guys that sometimes go top 5, with guys like Saquon and Zeke and these other guys in the past. So we'll see where he goes. But I would probably find it hard to believe that if he's still on the board by pick 20, I would assume somewhere between 12 and 17 is where he's going to get picked. And I know it's going to be a little bit of a reach because sometimes, running backs are a dime a dozen and you can get them later on, but not everyone is built like Robinson. So I'm excited to see if he ends up going to the Eagles, if he ends up going to the Patriots, if he goes to the Bills, if they slide a little bit. It's going to be wild, man. It is going to be wild. Yeah, about the whole DeAndre Hopkins, thing like that. So we'll see on what it is. And I don't think the Colts want Levis. I think they want CJ. A lot of lies, I think. I'm just going to be really 100% honest. I'm just trying to tank this year. So that way I can try to get Caleb, or if I can try to get Drake May. So, we brought in Baker to say that, hey, we're tanking, but we're not openly saying what we're tanking. So we got Kyle Trask, from the Gators that backed up, Brady. Baker Mayfield, which we know at some points has flashes, but let's be honest, he's garbage, right? So, we are just trying to tank, and whatever pieces that can line up to us will be good. Osiris Torrance, the Florida offensive guard, would be good. We need O-line like a motherfucker. I don't know what other options that we're gonna have. Maybe Nolan Smith around that time period. I don't know. Maybe Richardson is still on the board, even though I don't want him. I don't know. I really don't know what route we're gonna go. But I hope that they do go for offensive line because that's what we need. Oh, Dante Hall and Will Shields are there. Awesome. Now, if it was a normal year, I would be, more probably excited about my pick. But when you're going through like a shit year, you're trying to get talent to make your team better. But also we're trying to, win, 3 to 5 games to try to get a top 5 pick. I mean, I'd be disappointed if we win more than 7 games. I want to suck so that way we can build around our future since Brady's not there anymore. I want to have my first franchise QB of my franchise history. I would love to be able to get that next year. Oh, Mahomes and Kelsey are coming out. Oh, snap. Mbida in the building. What to do? Yeah, it's been a while. Good to see you, bro. Oh, yeah. Well, obviously, if Houston was thinking about, maybe picking like a defensive player, like Tyree Wilson or Will Anderson, Jr. But if Richardson goes 1, of course, Houston is like, yes, I will take Bryce off of your hands. But that would probably fall, but then obviously if that ends up happening, then someone will trade up to 3 and the Colts probably won't end up with CJ, unfortunately. So we'll see what happens. Finley in the building. What to do? Yeah. And, they say he's athletic. He can throw 65 yards, flat footed. But the thing is, if you are going to bank the first pick, the second, third, fourth, fifth, or anything in the first round, right? If you're going to do anything in the first round with a guy that only has 12 or 13 starts, do you really believe that that's the right choice for the franchise? There's more bust factor there. This isn't a Josh Allen, high ceiling type of guy, in my opinion. You know what I mean? This is a totally different type of player. And, I hope he pans out for his sake, his family's sake, the fan base that picks him sake. Shit, Tampa Bay might pick him if he drops late in the first round. But I honestly don't want him, and I feel scared for any team that takes Levis or Richardson in this draft. You have to understand, if you're taking any of those 2 players, that you may be looking for a quarterback in a year or 2 in the draft again, because it might not be the guy. Yes, that was awesome to see them. And just to let you guys know, if you guys want to watch a broadcast, don't watch ESPN. Watch NFL Network with me because they have better people that Rich Eisen, Charles Davis, Joel Klatt, Daniel Jeremiah, and Kurt Warner. Right? Those are actually, voices that you can listen to like me, where you're not going to have your ears bleed. And they have nice voices. They're smart. It's a good broadcast. Now let's go over to ESPN, which we already know is absolute dog shit. Mike Greenberg, Mel Kiper Jr., Booger McFarland, Louis Riddick. No, thank you. I already can look at the first few of every one of those names. No, thanks. No, thanks. You couldn't pay me to listen to a broadcast on ESPN. So turn it over to NFL Network with your boy. And we got 8 minutes to go for this first pick in the draft. And we will see. We will see on where it goes. And, we already know Houston has a quarterback already on the roster that actually didn't do too bad. But obviously we know Bryce, CJ are franchise guys, and Richardson, Levis, and Hooker are, project guys. And there is a difference. So we have to keep that in mind. All right, what's the ABC broadcast? All right. I'm going to go to the ABC broadcast to see. Now, is that a mirror of the ESPN, or what do we have on ABC? No, it's different. All right, so we got Reese Davis, Kirk Herbstreit, Desmond Howard, Todd McShay. No, thanks. Yeah, so I'm not watching that either. So, like I said, there's more people that I respect and more people that I feel know what they're talking about. And honestly, if you're going to watch the NFL draft, why are you watching on ABC or ESPN? Watch it on NFL Network, unless you don't have it. It just makes sense. They're going to have the best people there, and we'll see what happens in this first pick in the draft. Oh, Booger is just fucking terrible. Fucking terrible. I'm embarrassed that he even played for Tampa Bay. Terrible, terrible, terrible. And this isn't 100% because, like I said, if Richardson goes 1, Bryce will go 2. Someone will trade up to Arizona, to get CJ at 3. Unless, Arizona's like, well, we're just going to stay pat with our pick and we're going to take Anderson, if they go that particular route, or Wilson. We will wait and see on how all this plays out since Arizona has Kyler. But if we end up getting Richardson number 1, all hell is going to break loose in this draft. And then I will feel very bad for every single Panther fan. Finley, you better not pick Richardson. There's going to probably be people that will, I won't say will stop being a fan, but, to sacrifice all of the capital to pick a guy that only has 12 or 13 starts would be so fucking risky. And can you really risk that? Being on Carolina, the safe pick would be Bryce Young. And I still think CJ can be, a good player. But again, a lot of these teams that are at the top really aren't that good. Panthers, not that good. Texans, not that good. Arizona, not that good. Colts could be good with a few more picks. Seattle is good. Detroit's on the up and up. Raiders, they need O-line and defense. Atlanta, no good. Bears, no good. Eagles, went to the Super Bowl. So you got half of the teams, that are pretty decent, and then the other half that have a lot of work to do. And you can see Daniel Jeremiah's best available: Young, Anderson, Robinson, Wilson, Witherspoon, Carter, Stroud, Skoronski, Kincaid, and Gonzalez. And I find that hard to believe that Witherspoon is the 5th best player overall. Highly doubt it. I would assume that, there'll be a few others that could be better than him, but we'll have to wait and see. I think he's a pretty good player, but also sometimes it's up to fit. So we will see what the Carolina Panthers do. Will they go here? Possibly. All right, Panthers, you better have picked Bryce Young, because if you pick this, there's going to be an uproar. There is going to be an uproar, man. I mean, and think about it. Think about like, with certain guys that were way more established. Tebow, couple championships, Mariota, Jameis, Carson Wentz, all these other guys, had better college careers, but they're just banking that this guy is going to be the truth and the next big thing. Could he be? There's always a possibility that he could be, but I see more bust in him than someone like this. And, as far as, he might be able to throw 65 yards and he's got, a body that could maybe be a dual threat, right? But who's going to end up being the better quarterback overall? And I think it's pretty safe to say that if it was me and I'm Carolina and I'm a Carolina fan, I'm picking Bryce Young, and that's what I'm doing. But we'll see. Happy birthday, Lenny D. Let's go. Pick is in. I pray for everyone in Carolina that this is Bryce Young. Otherwise, people are going to lose their goddamn minds. Or if it ends up being Levis. Could you imagine if Levis goes number one or Richardson? People would lose their goddamn minds. But then that would give a better chance that, Sarah and the Colts fans could get CJ Stroud. But nothing is guaranteed right now. But again, the media has been pushing Bryce Young. The media. Because at one point it was Bryce Young and CJ Stroud, and then all of a sudden CJ's a dumbass because he got an 18% on the test. And, a lot of that might be smoke and whatnot, but we will see. But I don't really think there's that much of a difference between these two. You know what I mean? And there is a chance that CJ could be better than Bryce. Just because Bryce goes one, if he does go one, doesn't mean he's going to be better. So we'll see. All right, first pick. Oh, God. Oh, God. Come on, baby. Yeah, there you go. The right pick. There we go. Congratulations, Panthers fans. You did it, baby. I had to go check up on Paisley real quick. 2021 first team AP All-American selection. Oh, this is good. This is good. And I don't mind having to face someone like this in the division. This is the right, player to pick. Yes, he's a little small, 5'10" and 1/8, 204. So, maybe a Russell Wilson, Drew Brees kind of player, a little undersized, but that doesn't mean that he can't make plays. But he will need an offensive line to make, time for the plays that develop, just like any quarterback. And what is a quarterback's best friend? Not besides just having an amazing O-line, is a solid running back to relieve the pressure. So I do like the pick. And so we know at this point, Bryce Young, number 1 overall. And thank God it wasn't Richardson or Levis. Otherwise, people would have lost. The thing is, you don't trade all your capital away. Like even when the Niners did Trey Lance, they don't even know if that's the guy. I mean, we have to come back and wait to see from the injury and whatnot. We saw how Brock Purdy did. But I like the pick. And I wish all the success for Panther fans moving forward. And I really hope that it works out for you guys. And, maybe one day Bryce Young will be leading the Panthers to an NFC championship game before his career is over. No problem, man. You're the best. I love you, bro. Yeah, but we'll see. I mean, we'll see on how that is because, a lot of people think that, Justin Fields can't throw. But if you end up bringing in better talent around him, then we will actually see if he's just a running quarterback or if he actually can throw the football, and if he can end up developing on that end, we will see with CJ. Ohio State quarterbacks normally don't have a fantastic reputation, just like Oregon quarterbacks. This is the first Alabama quarterback, obviously, to go number 1 overall. Man, this is. I really feel right now for all the other fans sitting at 2-3, and especially Colts fans right now. He's like, look at my fucking her. My her is so big, I can't even put the fucking hat on. Bryce Young, my dude. Let's go. But it also shows you, right, that you don't have to be 6'5", 6'6", but obviously that is going to be something where, the game is changing. You can still be a great pocket quarterback, but obviously they want people to be able to, evade pressure and to be able to run if needed. Not necessarily being a running quarterback, but they need to, you got to be able to do play action. You got to be able to do bootleg. You got to be able to create plays on the fly. And they think that, Bryce can be that guy. Finley, congrats, bro. I'm glad you guys didn't fumble the bag. You guys invested way too much, for that anyway. So. All right, with the Texans, what are we doing here? Are we going Tyree Wilson? Right? Are we going here? 6'6", 271. Are we going maybe the best player in the draft on defense or maybe overall, Will Anderson Jr.? So you got a D-end, you got an outside linebacker that can also play D-end, or do they pick a quarterback like a CJ Stroud, or do they, are they working a deal right now? It'll be very interesting to see what happens on pick number 2 and pick number 3, if they're going to keep their pick or if someone will trade up. So we will find out. You think Stroud is going to? Let's see. See if it's a trade or not. Oh, no trade. Who is it? Number 2 pick. Oh, CJ Stroud. Sorry, Sarah. Oh, that's tough. That's tough. CJ Stroud goes number 2. So, I mean, fuck, at this point, I wouldn't even pick Levis or Richardson. I would end up, if I'm the Colts, I'm picking Will Anderson Jr. Because if you're not going to get CJ, I'm going for the best possible player that I can get. And instead of going for a quarterback that might be a bust, I'm going to try to get a guy that could be a Pro Bowler year 1, an All-Pro in year 2 or 3, and maybe even a Hall of Famer. And I know you need a quarterback, but again, you can always look till next year. Just because everyone tells you need to pick a quarterback doesn't mean that it's going to be the right fit for your team. Bryce Young at 1 and CJ Stroud at 2. And that's a lot of pressure for these two. These guys are going to be linked forever, So, Jameis Winston, Marcus Mariota, everything looked great. Heisman winner. But what are they now? So, their perception can always, have, some type of hope, but there is no guarantee that either one or both pan out. But we hope that both do. We want to be able to, see our league, advance. And we don't want to have a lot of busts. Especially if we're already going to possibly have one with Levis and Richardson. Yeah, I know the Colts need a quarterback, right? But if you just suck this year and then you try to get a better one next year or the year after, you know what I mean? Because, what happens if you pick Richardson and you still suck? And then other guys get hurt and you end up winning 5 or 6 games. Then what? And then you find out that Anderson ends up being like a Hall of Famer and you passed on him. You know what I'm saying? So, and, for all the people that, Zach Wilson and all these other people that have gotten drafted that, it's only been like a year or 2. Malik got picked and they're already giving up on him. So, I mean, it's a lot of hype, with the draft, but man, I don't know. If I'm the Colts, I'm not picking one of those 2 quarterbacks, not me. If I'm in the quarterback room. You know what I mean? You go for the best player, and that might be the best player in the draft overall. Do you really want to be that team? Even though I know you need a quarterback, right? But I mean, do you really think that with Richardson or Levis, it makes you a playoff team? And the answer is no, it's not going to. You know what I mean? That's my personal opinion. So you need to keep stacking chips and you need to keep stacking pieces. Especially when you got a guy that could be the best defensive player in the draft and maybe overall, and you pass on him for a guy that might be an 80% chance bust. I don't know. I mean, I guess I know you need quarterback, but that's just me, man. I wouldn't be picking either one. That's just me personally. Nice pick. That's tough for the Colts fans, though. Yeah, but also gambling, a guy makes you suck for a long, long time too. If you gamble too much, you got to be able to evaluate properly. And there's just certain guys that you feel good about, and then if you have any type of question marks about guys, that's not a good look. In the NFL draft, if you're like having doubts, second guessing yourself. No great quarterback came out of the draft where you were like, there's guys that had high ceilings like Josh Allen, but I don't see no Josh Allen in this draft. So. Yeah, but also too, you don't want to pick the wrong one and go backwards with the franchise. You know what I mean? Like, they deserve to be able to have a Manning, Luck type of talent. Instead of going for these 1-year deals with these expiring contracts and they're on their last fucking leg. You know what I mean? They deserve to have someone better, than Levis or Richardson. And it maybe CJ would have been appropriate, but he's not there. So that's just me. I'm just trying to do it based off, if I was a Colts fan, would I be happy with either one of those guys? And I wouldn't be. So. And they do need a quarterback, but imagine if they end up picking, Richardson or Levis, and it turns into Jamarcus Russell. Then what? Then you missed out on building the roster too. Texans are at number 3. Whoa. Uh-oh. Texans are going to get Anderson. Oh, my. Oh, my. Oh, my. So the Texans are going to get C.J. Stroud and Anderson? Get the fuck out of here. When's the last time you've seen a team have the second pick and then trade up to the third pick? Never. Whoa. Anderson or Wilson here. Anderson or Wilson next. Whoa. Oh, my God. I mean, it could be Jalen Carter. That could be another, piece. I'm not sure if I would have traded up, though, to get Carter, but I mean, if I'm going for a player, I mean, I'm picking this. If I'm the Texans and I'm trading up, then I'm picking this. But again, it could be someone obviously on defense. Somebody. Jalen Carter, Tyree Wilson, Will Anderson Jr. I would go Will. That's me. Get CJ and Will. I mean, what a fantastic draft if that's what they're doing. Yeah, the Sauce Gardner, Garrett Wilson was big. And they're trying to follow in those footsteps of just knocking it out of the park, with 2 picks. And the Texans are trying to not be like the Cleveland Browns. They're trying to, be relevant in the division. Colts, question mark. Tennessee, question mark. Jacksonville took over that division. And Houston is trying to catch up, and they're trying to end up being, in contention for the number 2 team in the AFC South sooner than later. Yeah, I don't think he's the, you think he's the best defensive player minus the BS? I don't think so. I think there's other players that are better, but I think he's good. You know what I mean? The work ethic kind of scares me a little bit. And it doesn't seem like he's a Warren Sapp type of player to me. So, you know what I mean? He's not an Aaron Donald or Warren Sapp. So I don't think he's that good. Who is it? Is it Will or is it Wilson? Yep. I told you. Boom, baby. You get the best defensive player in the draft. Hey, guy, what happened? 0 for 1. Did you watch Anderson play at all this year? Hey, guy, or no? I mean, different position and whatnot. But again, if you're going to take someone that high, this has to be the next Aaron Donald or Warren Sapp. And clearly he is not. Minus the BS, still, he's not Warren Sapp, Aaron Donald. He's just not. So fantastic draft for the Houston Texans. You get CJ and you get Will Anderson. Fantastic draft for them. And that's not good if you're a Colt fan, a Titan fan, or a Jacksonville fan. This guy's got a good motor. He's smart, good size, sideline to sideline. You need guys like that. They don't got J.J. Watt over there anymore, and they need to be able to have, guys that can be a staple of that defense. And, wow, unbelievable. What a draft for the Texans. Yeah, unfortunately, he just got in a position where you didn't have as many good quarterbacks in this draft. And normally, if you have a third one, it's typically going to be better than like a Richardson or Levis. But at this point, you're almost forced, to pick a quarterback, I guess. But I don't think it's the right decision. You know what I mean? I'd rather, just pick the best available talent, keep stacking chips. And even if that means sucking for a year to be able to get the franchise guy that the Colts deserve, other than wasting a pick on a guy that probably won't pan out. And then you're going to be looking at quarterback next year or the year after, which I feel is a high probability. So Wilson to the Colts would be good. You know what I mean? But they do need a quarterback. So yeah, but if the Colts went here, I know it would be kind of a head scratcher for some people, but I mean, this is a talented player, on the edge, but they're more than likely, I would say probably based off CJ, Bryce, Anderson, all off the board. Because if you weren't going to take a quarterback, Anderson would be the guy. He's not on the board now. So this is probably Levis or Richardson. I would probably say 95%, which is kind of shitty because I don't want the Colts to pick a player that's going to bust, and we just have to, hope that those guys, pan out. But the problem is you don't have any wide receivers or tight ends that are really that good. So how much help are you going to get for Levis and Richardson if they go to Indianapolis? And then you got to pray, that Jonathan Taylor stays healthy. And they got to pray the defense stays healthy. Darius Shaq Leonard stays healthy. So you can always trade up. There's going to be, you're going to have Caleb Williams, you're going to have Drake May, and then Michael Penix Jr., and there'll be a few others that will rise. And then the following year, you'll probably have a few in that draft as well. But yeah, I mean, like I said, sometimes you might just fall a little short. Like the Colts are sitting at 4, and they thought, hell, we're going to get Bryce or CJ. And then, Panthers traded up, and that's what happens sometimes. You get the crazy trades. I don't think anyone saw the Texans picking CJ and then like at least 100%. And then on top of that, picking Will Anderson. So Jason M in the building. Love is a strong word. Love is a strong word. And if he ends up getting hurt, or if he ends up throwing a 50% completion percentage and he ends up having 10 touchdowns and 30 interceptions, you still going to love him then? And the answer is no. I just got to keep it real. Because like I said, this is, you're accepting, not your first option. You wanted pizza and you're getting a hamburger. Hamburger could still be good, but it wasn't what you really wanted. You wanted the pizza, which would have been CJ Stroud. And that's the thing, like I said, if you guys had better wide receivers and tight ends, maybe I'd feel a little bit more comfortable with this, but all right, who is it? Richardson? Richardson. Yep, there it is. There it is. I pray for you. I pray for you because otherwise there's going to be a lot of angry Colt fans. He's got the size, but who is he going to throw to? Who's he going to throw to? That's a big question. How's it going, brother? Not sure if I like this pick. He's got upside. That's one thing I will give him. He's got upside. He's got good character. He's got a strong arm. But the Colts really don't have a lot of wide receivers or tight ends. So if the offensive line gets banged up, or Jonathan Taylor gets hurt, or Darius Shaq Leonard or some of the defensive players struggle like they did last year, they were a completely different team last year than the previous year. So I hope it works out. But there is a high probability that, he could be a bust. right? Or he could end up, being better than we think. But the more people you surround him around, the better that he will be. But even, the Cam Newton comparisons, I mean, how good really was Cam Newton? At the beginning of his career, a force, a monster that could throw and run. Middle to the back end of the career, he couldn't even throw, so and as far as accuracy, and also you're picking a guy, that only has 12 or 13 starts. This is not Peyton Manning. This is not Andrew Luck. So I hope it works out. But again, this is a man's game. He's got man's game size, being 6'4" and 1/4, 244. But will it translate on the NFL side? That is the big question mark. Yeah, could be. Could be. Yeah, but I mean, all the hype for 12 or 13 starts. It's not like the guy fucking played for 2, 3, 4 years, and then like he has like a staple of stats and tape. It's like you're just fucking like, oh well, there's no one else, and he's athletic, and he played a year, and we're gonna bank everything on him. I don't know, man. It's like you saw what Johnny Football did and how great he was, and so you can have good careers. Like a Jameis Winston or Marcus Mariota, and you could still bust, or you could just be injury prone. So, I mean, I don't know if Richardson will necessarily be a bust, but I think injuries could be something that could follow him in his career. Just based off his size and the type of, gameplay that he will, that he'll bring to the Indianapolis Colts. So, I don't know. Cyberpunk at the draft. I was looking for you on TV, brother. How is it down there? I know you and Jameson are down there. I don't think Holly's there. It looks awesome. It's open. We got obviously some Chiefs fans that are a part of the channel that are there. It looks like an amazing venue, man. All right, brother. Love you, bro. $25. Let's get to a hundo. Holy shit, you've been there since 10 a.m.? Damn. How many beers have you had? Are you like wasted or what? Like, are the drinks flowing there? They don't sell alcohol there, right? So I guess you'd have to, do they pat you down and check you? Like, how does that work at the NFL draft? Do they sell booze? I would assume they don't sell booze there, because if they sold booze at the NFL draft, there'd be people like rushing the stage and being stupid. Okay, a guy, but who's he going to throw to? Who's he going to throw to? So yeah, size, good kid, good arm, all these intangibles. 12 or 13 starts. I don't like that. I like the upside. I like him more than Levis. So I like him better on that side. But this is a project QB, and it's very risky to pick a guy that doesn't have as much credentials, in my opinion, to say this is going to be our guy. Like if we go back and look 5 to 10 years from now, do we honestly think that Richardson's going to be the quarterback of the Colts? I highly doubt it. Oh, I imagine, man. Yeah, if I'm Seattle here, so obviously we had Bryce Young, and then C.J. Stroud, and then Will Anderson. And then obviously Anthony Richardson to the Colts. And if I'm the Seattle Seahawks, there's 2 picks, and only 2 picks only that you could really consider. Jalen Carter, right? D tackle, nose tackle, or Christian Gonzalez from the Ducks. And I think going for Christian Gonzalez would be the better pick for the Legion of Boom. That's where I would go. Not just because he's a Duck and I'm an Oregon Duck fan, but I just think for Seattle, they'll be able to find another nose tackle or D tackle that doesn't have the off the field issues and the character issues and maybe the lack of hustle and taking plays off. He's not Aaron Donald. He's not Warren Sapp. He's still one of the top 12 talents in the draft. But so is Christian Gonzalez, who compares to A.J. Terrell on the Falcons. And I think that the Falcons in Seattle would be perfect fits for Christian Gonzalez. And they already have Tariq Woolen. So you could start the Legion of Boom, and if you end up getting Gonzalez, you got 2 pieces. You just need 2 more. Microsoft makes modern work possible. CDW makes it powerful. I mean, I guess they have Jamal Adams, but he's always hurt all the time. Beers are 15. Ooh, okay. Crown Royal has a booth. Nice. So have you been drinking since 10 a.m.? Crown Apple is good. There's usually, there's some of that Crown stuff you can have. You don't even have to have a chaser with like soda. You can just like shoot it straight because it's so tasty. But it can be dangerous, like Fireball and other things, where you do one and you're like, and there's a little bit of burn because it's alcohol, and then you do another, and then all of a sudden you're like 10 fucking Apple Crown shots in, and you're feeling toasty. So the Texans send the 12th and the 33rd picks and the 2024 first and third round pick to Arizona for the 3rd and 105th picks this year. Yeah, but obviously if they can end up getting their guy, right? If they can end up getting, possibly, number one, option, that fell into their lap with CJ Stroud, and then they got the best defensive player. And obviously, there's going to be a lot of turnover, and there's going to have to be a rebuild, but I like what the Texans have done so far. Yeah, Crown is good. I mean, I don't really drink anymore, or anything, but I remember when I, would drink every once in a while that, if I ended up getting like a Crown Apple or whatever, that one is probably the tastiest, unless they've come out with new flavors since then. They have all kinds of, flavors and stuff. I assume they have like peach and all these other flavors. I don't know if certain things are like regional and whatnot. I don't go to the liquor store every day, like maybe some of y'all, but yeah, but the Crown is good. All right. And obviously Tyree Wilson is still sitting there, 6'6", 271, edge rusher, right? Christian Gonzalez, though, is more of a need, and so is Jalen Carter. So even though Tyree is a good player, we'll see what direction that they go. But I would probably go Christian Gonzalez, and if it's not, it'll be more than likely Jalen Carter. Megan will throw a fit if it ends up being Jalen Carter, just like every Seahawk fan. All right, who's it going to be? Oh, shit. They went for the other corner. So at least the Raiders don't have to worry about picking Witherspoon, but I had a feeling that they weren't going to go Jalen Carter. That, surprised that they went Witherspoon over Gonzalez, but Witherspoon was another guy that was ranked just as high as Gonzalez. So I think this is a smart pick. I would have rather seen Gonzalez go because of the Northwest ties with Oregon, but hopefully it ends up working out for him. And they obviously saw something in Witherspoon that they thought would be a good fit with Pete Carroll. And I imagine that Megan and a lot of the Seahawk fans are happy that it's not Jalen Carter. Yeah, but the thing is, now you guys might end up going for Gonzalez on the Raiders. We will see. I mean, like I said, I know they needed, nose tackle, D tackle, but I think they're trying to recreate the Legion of Boom. So they already got Tariq Woolen, and they felt that this is going to be more of an impact. It is a passing league. Gonzalez was the bigger name, but Witherspoon was gaining some ground in the last month. And sometimes maybe someone is a better player, maybe potentially in Gonzalez, but maybe Witherspoon was the better fit. So feisty, instincts, ball skills. Denzel Ward is the NFL player comparison. I mean, obviously, no one really knows a whole lot because, I mean, who in their right mind, unless you're a fan of the actual conference, who in their right mind actually watched Illinois? You know what I mean? Honestly, I mean, maybe Sarah, if you're watching certain games with Iowa, but I would say probably 98% of the country has no idea who this is, or watched him very, very little, or maybe watched a little bit on like YouTube or maybe some highlight reels. But I don't think a lot of people actually watched him play. I mean, shit, a lot of people didn't even know who Gonzalez was from Oregon either. So I think, based off previous Pete Carroll, they didn't really draft very well with Carroll and Schneider, right? Last year, they made up for it. They had 4 hits in their draft, 2 offensive linemen, right? And obviously Kenneth Walker III and Tariq Woolen. So, maybe things are starting to turn around a little bit. For Seattle, it is kind of a head scratcher pick a little bit. But I knew that would be one of the positions that they were looking for. And I had a feeling that Pete Carroll would want to recreate the Legion of Boom. I thought that it would be maybe Gonzalez, though. And they decided to go for the other corner. So I guess I'm not really too surprised. But they stayed away from Jalen Carter. So Seattle fans can rejoice. On the clock is the Detroit Lions at pick 6, and I would assume it's going to be Jalen Carter. True, right? And maybe they're going to try to go for safeties that are a little bit bigger, but they honestly feel that the guy's got the intangibles, and we saw what Tariq Woolen did. And they already have, one guy that's really, really tall, 6'4". They're just going to have to pair it up with a guy that's 6 foot. So the Rugs, yeah. God, if you go back and look at all the picks that you guys have had in the last like 3-4 years, it's like most of the guys aren't even on the team anymore. Hopefully you guys can clean that up. Oh, we got the Cardinals. I forgot. All right, so the Cardinals are on the clock, and they're going to go here. They're going to go Tyree Wilson. I think, they obviously traded down. They knew no one else was going to pick him, and they're going to end up getting the piece that I think that they wanted anyways. I think that was one of the pieces that they wanted, Wilson or Anderson. Anderson's on the Texans, so the next pick at number 6 to Arizona when they made that trade and traded down with Houston, I would assume this 99% it'll be Wilson, in my opinion. But we'll see. Oh, so Detroit traded out, and then Arizona took that pick. So, yeah, so I thought it was part of the other deal. So, all right, pick is in. So if Detroit was thinking that, maybe we're going to take someone like this, maybe he'll still be there. And I would assume that the Cardinals are going here. I mean, they had to, maneuver a little bit, but they still might end up getting one of their top two pieces that they wanted all along. All right, let's see where it is. Let's see what they do. With the sixth pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Paris Johnson Jr. Wow. So are the feeds different on the ESPN, the ABC, and on the websites? Because obviously some people are getting, some of the information earlier based off the feeds, on ESPN, NFL.com, or ESPN, NFL Network, or ABC. They obviously need offensive line. Interesting. I totally agree. Three sacks allowed on 882 pass block snaps. Started all 13 games at left tackle. And obviously that's going to be, Kyler's blind side. Now they just need a quarterback that's motivated. Yeah, because I got the NFL.com up. I got the ESPN.com up. And then I'm watching on NFL Network. But I think it depends on what, because I'm not watching like a link. I'm actually watching it through my cable provider and whatnot. But obviously each feed will be a little bit different. And it also depends if someone knows the information and types it on the websites first before it gets announced. Sometimes that ends up happening too. So. And that's the thing about this draft too. There's just a lot of names that a lot of people don't know who these people are, He was gone. He was going to go 7. If he didn't go 7, he was going to go 8. Had to make this trade to get the player they have wanted all along. Monty Ossenford, the new general manager, wheeling and dealing early on tonight. Yeah, trading down from 3 to 12. Yeah, a couple interesting picks in this draft already. Not what people expected, Bryce, CJ, Anderson, and obviously Texans back-to-back at 2 and 3. Richardson, Witherspoon, Johnson Jr. Like I said, and if you look at those names, I would assume that most NFL fans have no idea really who Witherspoon is or Johnson is unless you watch a lot of college football. But I like offensive linemen, like defensive players, so I don't think it's a terrible pick. I think it is a good pick for the Cardinals on what they need. But, just like I was trying to reiterate at the beginning of the draft, when you look at these names compared to other drafts that have better talent at wide receiver, linebacker, safety, just look at the names on NFL.com or ESPN just for a second. Bryce Young, CJ Stroud, Will Anderson Jr., Richardson, Witherspoon, Johnson Jr. Does that really look like an amazing draft? Let's be honest. I mean, you look at the first 3 guys, it looks pretty good. And then you look at the last 3, kind of some question marks. We know that we hope that these guys will pan out, but it doesn't scream elite whatsoever, with these first 6 picks. And that's why this first round is going to have some gambles. People are going to reach. Some people will pan out, but there are going to be some busts in this draft because, this might be the most lackluster top 6 picks I've ever seen. The Bryce, CJ Anderson, yeah, but the Richardson, Witherspoon, Johnson, it doesn't have the same type of feeling for excitement. At least it doesn't for me. And I don't know if I'm the only one. But, if you're just a casual NFL fan or if you're a fanatic, you look at that draft, it doesn't really scream elite to me. All right, it's Raiders. Yep, all smoke. Smoke, smoke, smoke. All lies. Unless they go for it in the following pick. Hooker. What are they going to do? Hooker. Levis. A corner because a guy, Raiders, he loves corners. If you ended up getting Gonzalez, he's a pretty solid player. I don't think it would be a bust like the other guys that you've gotten, like Arnett and some of the other guys that Ruggs and all these other players that have, obviously, not panned out with the roster. Yeah, probably too high for Hooker as well. Hooker will probably end up going mid to late first round. Hell, he might not even get picked in the first round. At this point, you know what I mean? Who's left? And if you do need a quarterback, right? It seems pretty simple at this point. All right, Raiders. Is this it? Is this it? What do you think about that? Do you want a guy? Do you want him, or would you rather trade down? Be honest. Because if you don't get him, and then you don't get Hooker, then what's left? Even a guy that's a project. We're already dealing with Richardson and Hooker and Levis as a project QB, and if you don't get Hooker or Levis, then it's a project within a project quarterback. So Carr's no longer there. So, unless you think Jimmy is the future, and I know you're not a big fan of Jimmy. We will see. They got way too many holes to fill. Way too many holes, Jason. Like I said, even though, Jacobs is going, that they're not going to be able to waste a pick like that when they have offensive line holes, defensive holes. If you watch the Raiders, they were terrible on the O-line besides Colt Miller, and the defense was horrendous. So that would not make any sense, at least not right now. All right, what do we got here? Ooh. They ended up going for the guy that could have been the second or third pick overall, an edge. I think I like that. You need good players. He's 6'5", 6'6", 271. I actually like this pick for you guys. You guys didn't do the Hooker thing. You didn't do the Will Levis thing. You've already got Jimmy. So obviously they don't feel that he needs to compete with them. You do have a lot of needs on the O-line and defense. So why not get the guy that could have been second or third overall pick in the draft, slides a little bit to 7, and let's just take him. So I think this was actually a pretty smart move for the Raiders for once. I like this pick for you guys. What do you think about this pick here? Considering all the talk where he might have been able to go 2 or 3 overall, he slid a little bit. He is a talented player. I like this pick. And normally I don't like the Raiders picks that often, but I do like this one. I do like this one. And then for the Falcons, then they have a choice between Gonzalez, Carter, Luke Van Ness, Miles Murphy. It'll be interesting to see what the Falcons do here. And then if the Falcons end up picking Gonzalez, then they'll have a mini Legion of Boom with A.J. Terrell and the guy that is actually linked to be A.J. Terrell and Christian Gonzalez. So, but I think that, they might have other needs that they're focusing on, like maybe someone up front or, someone, on the D end, right? Maybe a pass rusher. So we will see. And then after that pick, then we're probably going to be getting Skoronski, to help Justin Fields, because that's going to be a big need. So we will see. We will see. Max Crosby is a fucking G. One of the most underrated players in the NFL. I know Raiders fans don't have a whole lot to cheer for. Obviously with Chandler Jones, he would get hurt a lot, but Max Crosby is the truth. And, if that's one guy that you can build around and feel good about every year going in, that, hey, the defense might not be that good, right? But at least they have a superstar in Max Crosby, and maybe this will be another superstar that can pair up with him. Yeah. I think for the first time in like 4 or 5 years, I think Raiders fans are actually happy with this pick. Yeah, but if he keeps dropping, then the Titans will take him at 11. So, because it's going to go Falcons, Bears, Eagles, Titans. So I would assume, the Titans would be the team that would grab him, and then we'll see what happens here with the Falcons. Falcons and Eagles are kind of looking at the same type of players, and then the Bears, I would assume, will lock up an offensive lineman because that's what they need. But again, we're always going to have surprises, and we've already had a few. So. I am curious to see where Robinson goes, for the running back. But again, running back, in the NFL, I mean, you can get good value after the first round, and a lot of these running backs don't really make it that long. Average life of a running back is like 4 or 5 years typically, sometimes even lower. So. What are you watching it on? Are you getting where are you? Are you just guessing, or are you seeing it on one of the websites? Because I'm on NFL.com, doesn't say anything. ESPN doesn't say anything. I'm watching NFL Network, it's not saying anything. So are you just guessing? I think they have more needs than running back at that spot. But if that's what they want to do, if they want to lock up, a superstar running back, for the Falcons, I mean, I don't blame them. Anyway, like I was saying, it's getting harder and harder to make ends meet. You mind? Well, on the bright side, new customers who bundle and save with Progressive save over 20% on average. Sorry, we let them practice here on Thursdays. Twitter? So how is Twitter releasing the information? Now, who is releasing it on Twitter? NFL.com on Twitter is releasing the information? Who's releasing this information on Twitter? Insiders, but how do we know the insiders even know? Cyber's like, I'm at the draft. I mean, they have plenty of pieces that they could, build around. I mean, they need a lot. They need, D end. They need corner, running backs. All right, here we go. Let's see if the insiders that are leaking the information are correct. Let me check. I don't think so. No, we're still at 25, 75 to go. Well, they could do like a thunder and lightning, like a 1-2 thing. Plus, it's going to put butts in the seats if they do go Bajan. I mean, when's the last time they actually had a really, really good running back? Jamal Anderson, work done. But when's the last time they actually had a 3-down back that was like, could be a Pro Bowler or potential Hall of Fame type of player? It's been a while. But he is one of the most talented players in this draft. Let's see if this is what it is. Oh, they got him. Someone's leaking information. Well, there you go. I mean, I know sometimes picking a running back high, within the first 5 picks is risky, or the top 10. But if you've actually watched this guy play, there's no risk. The only risk that you have is injuries. Other than that, he's got all the intangibles to be very, very good. And he will be a fantasy football star. And I think that, they'll do like a nice little 1-2 punch, And obviously, that's the type of running back the Buffalo Bills need if they want to be able to get past Kansas City and then to be able to go to the next level. Hopefully one day they'll learn that. Fantastic player. Yeah, so the past 3 first-round picks, Bijan Robinson, Drake London, and Kyle Pitts. Offense. But guess what? They need defense, though. But at least they'll be exciting on the offensive side at one point or another, whether it's with Ritter or someone else next year. Eagles on the clock. Could be Jalen Carter. Could be Lucas Van Ness. Could be Miles Murphy. Those would be the 3 choices. I would assume that's where they're going to be looking. Still got Christian Gonzalez on the board, too. I mean, it's kind of like when you saw Saquon Barkley and at college. You just knew he was going to be good. That's kind of how I feel about Robinson. You just, as long as the injuries don't hold him back, everything skill set wise, he's got it. You know what I mean? There, and I don't think there's anyone. It's kind of like Will Anderson, Jr. We knew that he's the best player, arguably, on the defensive side of the ball. There is no worries if he's going to pan out. And I think the same thing goes for Robinson as well. That you just, you felt very comfortable with this player. That the only thing that will hold him back is himself with the injuries. Other than that, there's nothing else that will hold him back. Robinson, Young, Gonzalez, Anderson, Skoronski. Top overall draft scores. You like that? You want Jalen Carter? But didn't you already picked Jordan Davis last year and he barely played, right? You had Cam Jurgens, Nakobe Dean. So you ended up picking Jordan Davis. So you're gonna double up. You're gonna go Jordan Davis and you're gonna go with Jalen Carter because Fletcher Cox is gonna be leaving soon. So that way you can have two big boys up front. I mean, they do like Georgia players. I still think Lucas Van Ness would be a good fit for you guys as well as Miles Murphy, but this is a pressing need for them at some point, either now to groom, obviously under Fletcher Cox and then obviously to link up. But if you get Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter next to each other, that could be interesting. That could be interesting. Michael the Burner Turner. Holy shit, that's a name. Robinson, London, and Pitts. Now they just need a quarterback if it's not Ritter. And then they obviously need O-line and defense, but at least they're getting pieces that look interesting. The NFC South, we're a terrible division, but slowly but surely we're getting slightly better. Bryce Young is there. Hopefully we'll get our quarterback next year. Saints already look like they're going to be winning the division for the next few years. And Falcons are, piece by piece. It might take them a while, but I imagine Shepard and a lot of the Falcon fans are really happy with this pick. Yeah, he's a stud. Love him. Who? Oh, there it is. Like, we'll take the character issue guy. Yeah, I like the pick. And they have so much defense over there, but also the defense was the problem. Why they didn't end up winning the Super Bowl. They underwhelmed. You had Aaron Donald, you had, Devin White, and, you go back and look at those teams that ended up winning the Super Bowl with their defense. They had Hall of Fame players that, played up to their abilities. And I feel with the Eagles, they didn't get to the quarterback. They didn't get picks. They didn't get sacks. They need to figure out more depth on that side of the ball. There was talent there, but they just didn't show up on that side of the ball. And if the defense would have showed up, they would have won the Super Bowl. 100%. You're trying to get all your wishes to come true, huh? There you go. There you go, Lenny. Odin's son in the building. How are you? I'm gonna go check up on my girl, Paisley Pup.
He was the best player on last year's Georgia defense. Yeah, and he might be one of the best players on the Eagles defense as well. There's a lot going on here with Jalen Carter. Did not sound like the Georgia coaches were overly complimentary of the performance that he put on, mostly in practice and off the field this past season at Georgia. What the Eagles do is they take the talent, believing that they have the infrastructure, believing they have the culture to get the best out of them. They need to make sure of that. They got a couple young Georgia guys who know Carter very well in their locker room. They need to make sure he leads them and leads with them the right way. Obviously, a little bit of risk here for the Eagles, but they believe they can handle it. And just want to talk about how Howie Roseman, by the way, I believe the commissioner said earlier that he had 2 pre-planned handshakes this evening, and that Jalen Carter was one of them right there. So, Howie Roseman, the reason why, folks might be wondering, why did the NFC champs have the 10th overall pick to begin with? Last year, New Orleans traded a first-round pick to go draft Trevor Penning, and then they moved around the draft board last year too, trading a first-round pick for A.J. Brown, and now this year's first-round pick, first of 2, is this guy with Melissa Stark.
Well, Richie is the newest member of the Philadelphia Eagles. What are your emotions?
It's everywhere right now. I'm just happy that the Eagles trust me right now, and I'm ready to work, put in the work with the Super Bowl with them guys.
Well, also with Jalen Carter, it's not just you, it's Georgia players. And obviously them picking 2 last year, when they're already comfortable with that type of talent. And, even if they think there's, character stuff, they know that he'll fall in line. And sometimes you just have to go to that type of team that can hold people accountable. And obviously being able to learn, under Fletcher Cox, as well as to be able to try to have a Jordan Davis duo with Jalen Carter one day could be very interesting. But he is no Warren Sapp or Aaron Donald, nothing like that. You know what I mean? But he could be a pretty solid, run stuffer. All right, the pick is in for the Bears. What do we think? Are we thinking this? Yeah. How are you doing, brother? Hope you're doing well. Let's see. Who is it? Darnell Wright. Wow. Wow. But it's still a tackle, though.
signature Tennessee ball. We just saw Jalen Carter go. He saw a little bit of Jalen Carter held up well, but it's what he did against Will Anderson.
That's what I'm saying. This draft is very unpredictable.
A totally different player last year than what we saw this year. He's on the right side this year. Again, against Anderson, there weren't a ton of one-on-one opportunities, but when he did have that one-on-one opportunity, he was fine. Here he is against Jalen Carter. We just saw him going off the board. Did a great job against him. He's 330-plus pounds. He is physical. He is strong. Here he is against Greasy in the bowl game. So his tape, you want to see him go up against good players. You see him go up against great players. And he has that ability to knock you off the ball. This draft for the Bears and this offseason has all been about Justin Fields. And they just got a physical, mauling offensive tackle. And it told you that they wanted a tackle because Peter Skoronski sitting right there in state, right there in city. And they ended up going Darnell Wright to go with Braxton Jones, their rookie last year. His top 10 is complete. 3 quarterbacks, 2 pass rushers. We've got also a defensive tackle, 2 offensive tackles, and 2 backs, and a running back.
2023 NFL Draft is presented by Verizon, the network America relies on.
What is the secret ingredient to running my business? Being all over, all at once, all the time.
But my own network
Wasn't cutting it. That's not good for me, for judging or writing. So I switched to Verizon. The network businesses rely on. With Verizon Business Unlimited, I get 5G, truly unlimited data, and unlimited.
Yeah, kind of surprising, that they did not, go here, but obviously they felt that, Wright was the better fit. So we'll find out if it'll end up working out for him. A little surprising with that, though. All right, so now with the Titans on the board at 11, this is where they're going. If they don't believe in Malik or want to have a quarterback competition. We actually talked about it yesterday or the day before, and I brought it up on the screen. Yeah, it's just like the Golden Eagle, like the WCW Ric Flair belt, and they made the W smaller in the middle. I actually do like it better than the big W belt. The big gold is one of the best belts in wrestling of all time, and it kind of mimics that. I actually love it. I on a scale of 1 to 10, that belt is a 10 in my opinion. I mean, like I said, it's a big upgrade from the big W belt, which I thought was like maybe an 8. I thought it wasn't great. You know what I mean? The best part about that belt was just the side plates that could be switched out for each wrestler and whatnot. But I really do like the new belt. Yeah, he's got some weird habits. Like he likes to eat banana with the banana peel on and does weird shit like that. Mayo inside coffee. Like, who does that?
Come seek the Royal Caribbean.
What causes a curve down there? Can it be treated? Stop typing and start talking. It could be a medical condition called Peyronie's disease or PD, and it could be treated without surgery. Find a specialized urologist who can diagnose PD and build a treatment plan with you. Visit makeapdplan.com today.
I saw that. He was still listed on the NXT page as of like yesterday. They need to update that. All right, who is it? What are we thinking here? Jameson is there. I wonder what he's thinking right now. Because remember how high they were on Malik? And they're like, this could be the guy, is this? I mean, there's a lot of other, nice pieces here too that are sitting there that they could add on to the team. Gonzalez, is one of them. Tyree in the building. What to do? Skoronski, I mean, gosh, Kincaid is nice. Gonzalez, Van Ness. I mean, there's still some pretty good talent. I mean, if they don't believe in Tannehill and they don't believe in Malik, I mean, I don't really think that. I mean, gosh, if you don't believe in those two guys, I get it, but you think this is going to be that much better? I don't know. How you doing, Tyree? What's good, brother? How do you like the pick with the Jalen Carter? You like that? You got some scissor. But also a big reason why the Titans, you know, really aren't that good on that side of the ball. They're the team that passes the least. Look at their wide receiving core. I know I'm kind of, you know, nitpicking on the Colts with their lack of talent at the wide receiver and tight end position. The Titans is even worse. The Titans probably have the worst options at wide receiver and tight end in the league. They just don't throw. So, you know, you can bring in a guy, but if you don't have no one to throw to, I mean, what's going to happen? And you don't got A.J. Brown there anymore either. I mean, I don't know. We'll see. We will see if it's, I mean, they didn't really give him a shot really to get going that much. But again, he had no one to throw to. I mean, go back and look at the depth chart. It's ridiculous, dude. Treylon Burks got hurt. Nick Westbrook. Kyle Phillips. Who? Oh, there we go. Offensive line. Good pick. There we go. 6'4", 313, good size, and you got to be able to protect, you know, up front, and it also gives another weapon for Henry if he's still there.
Sees all of it coming towards him. He's able to pick it up smoothly and easily. The overall understanding of how to play. You see it when he's in space of four and when he's working up to the second level with excellent angles. To me, they announced him as a tackle, Charles. I think you'll get that opportunity to right tackle opposite Andre Dillon.
Yeah. Plus, you already got Jordan Davis last year and Nakobe Dean, so just keep it in the family with Georgia players. Bryce, CJ, Will Anderson, Richardson, Witherspoon, Johnson Jr., Wilson, Robinson, Carter, Wright, Skoronski.
In the green room, waiting to hear his name called. The Packers are now on the clock. The Lions have just picked, and you're still seeing Will Levis there, looking like he hasn't gotten a phone call just yet. Ian, what can you tell us about this young man from Kentucky?
Which obviously the Titans not taking Will Levis would be surprised if the Lions did. I would expect them to look for a little more juice on offense. Then looking at the rest of the teams in the teams, you got the Patriots who we visited. Would be surprised about that one. No QB for Commanders didn't sound like the Bucs liked him in the first round. Seattle, I'd be surprised. I'm still trying to find a landing spot for Will Levis.
Thanks very much, Ian. Greatly appreciated. All right, Roger Goodell now with the Lions pick. Again, they were on the clock 6th overall, but traded down to the spot with the Cardinals.
With the 12th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft.
All right, where are the Lions going?
Jahmyr Gibbs.
Whoa, Gibbs. Gibbs to the Lions. So it looks like you're not going to be able to get Gibbs, Lenny D. Wow, he went high. 12? My goodness. Lenny D. He's like, I want to get him at pick like 30. Hell, he's not even there. 12? I mean, this guy, the Jamal Charles comparison, I see it, but very explosive. He's not a Robinson, but he does have talent, and he's got that burst. Wow, 12 overall. Wow. That is very high. Was this like the first reach? I mean, there's always a few reaches already, but I don't think anyone on planet Earth thought 12 for him. Maybe Bajan going within the first 12 picks, but Gibbs? Wow. Unbelievable. But again, they don't have they don't have one of their running backs that ended up going to the Saints. So, and Jamal Williams. Obviously, he's on the Saints now, so they still have a few players there, but it will be interesting to see what the running back room looks like, and interesting that they decided to go for that particular pick. What's good, brother? How are you?
Yes, we sure could. With Apartments.com's multitudes of listings, our possibilities and yours are truly multitudes. Apartments.com.
How you liking the pick? Kyle Pitts, Drake London, Bajan. You still need offensive line, defense, and need to figure out if Ritter is going to be the guy or you're going to move on from him or whatever. But at least you're going to be putting butts in the seats, and each piece is a nice, explosive piece. You know, Kyle Pitts, explosive. We didn't get to see really a full complement of Drake London, and now you get a for sure stud in the draft. Not only 2 running backs in the first round, 2 within the first 12 picks. When's the last time that happened? Yeah, I don't know if I would have picked, I don't know if I would have picked that particular player at 12, but they obviously believe in him, and they, kind of did a rotational thing with the running backs with Swift and then Jamal Williams. Jamal Williams now is gone. He had all the goal line looks. And they're just looking to, I guess, add an explosive piece to that offense. A little bit of a reach, but if he ends up being a fantasy football, dream come true, I mean, it could end up benefiting them, because it's not like the Lions are that far out from making a wild card. So, yeah, and if Ritter is not the guy, then maybe you'll pick one the following year, or the year after. So.
Monster, the outlaw. You can't forget about the boss. Sometimes you just want to be heroes. The Subway Series, the greatest moment of all time.
He said no wide receivers. Well, the wide receivers, they will start coming off the board. I mean, there's a lot of quality pieces, and honestly, you're probably going to end up getting a tight end picked in the draft before a wide receiver. I mean, the first wide receiver taken probably, this draft is just fucking wild. You might even have 2 tight ends going off the board before we get the first wide receiver. But the first wide receiver, it might be the Jackson Smith Njigba from Ohio State, maybe at 23 to the Vikings, possibly. That could be a spot. And then right after him, Zay Flowers around that Giants area. That'll be another one. And then the Bills, Jordan Addison. So we might have 3 that get picked, pretty close to each other. So we'll see on how it goes. But again, you're going to be looking at Mayer, Chargers at 21, might be looking at him. And then also with the Packers, they might be looking at Dalton Kincaid here from Utah. So we'll see if they end up picking him or not. That's a good question. If I am Hooker, I think the best fit for him would be Seattle behind Gino. So he can learn and he can heal up his knee. If Gino gets banged up, he can get some reps and go in there. But I don't know if that's where he's going to land, but I think that's the best fit. But I think, like I said, the wide receivers will start coming off the board after pick 20, unless we get some kind of crazy reach, which is possible. We'll see if the Packers, go for Kincaid to help Jordan Love. We'll see. We'll see what they do here. Or it could be offensive line. Because you want to be able to help Jordan Love as much as possible. Now let's see what we got here. See what the Packers do. Oh, Lucas Van Ness from the Iowa Hawkeyes. They go defense and edge. So the edge will be a Packer. He's a good player. Yeah, we'll have to see on how that all works out with them. Yeah, obviously Hooker will go behind Levis, so we'll see. That's a good fit for the Packers. 6'5", 272. I mean, he looks like a Packer. You know what I mean? Type of player. How many girlfriends has Lucas Van Ness got? 3? You got 3 girlfriends? And they were like, that's his sisters. I don't think all those girls are his sister. What kind of gigolo action is Lucas Van Ness doing up in Iowa? You got 3 girlfriends? What's going on there? Pretty too. Oh, we got a trade with the Steelers. Oh. So they traded with the Patriots here. What will Pittsburgh do? Ooh, I know Pittsburgh did like Darnell Wright. So, makes me kind of wonder what they're going to do here. Who do they see? If Darnell Wright is off the board, and I know the Steelers were looking at him, right? So if he's off the board, okay. If he's off the board and then Skoronski's off the board, where are they going? Interesting to see what wide receivers and tight ends have not started yet. They got a lot more needs than to get someone like that for the Packers, bro. You know, wide receivers are going to go later in this draft. So remember, the Packers always fuck up because they don't have an owner. So And when you don't have an actual owner and it's a board, you know, sometimes shit works, but all right, man. Have a good night, brother. Maybe they go wide receiver here. Is that what Pittsburgh is thinking? Pittsburgh loves wide receivers, and they develop wide receivers. You know, so you know, obviously the Packers. You know, they look at Christian Watson and some of the guys that they have. They have some guys there already. You know, I would think offensive line and defense would be more important. You know, for Jordan Love's success. You know, because if you don't have time to get the ball to the wide receivers, it's not going to matter who you have out there. So. And if you guys got a chance to see, I mean, he will be able to produce for Green Bay, but of course, you know, some picks are, you know, going to be a little bit more popular than others. So. I mean, they already got Pickens, and we didn't really see what the Steelers need is a better quarterback than Kenny Pickett, so that way they can actually get the goddamn ball to those wide receivers. Because I think with like Pickens, you know, there's a lot of potential there, but they need to get someone on a Big Ben level, you know, so that he can actually get the ball and shine. I mean, Pittsburgh always knows how to draft. So are we going to get the first wide receiver off the board? It could happen here. Let's see if it's Jackson. I mean, when's the last time Pittsburgh fucked up on a wide receiver? Is it here? Is it here? Who is it? Whoa. Tackle. Well, I knew they were looking at offensive line and their top two choices were gone. So they went for their third choice. Wow. And the offensive line is a need because we know the Steelers have a Bootio's offensive line. $25, $75 to go. We're 2 hours in. I mean, shit, the offensive line was terrible when Big Ben was there. They need to make everyone's life easier there, especially with Najee Harris. Yeah, Jets need an offensive line.
Jets were covering Broderick Jones in that.
Yeah.
Moving down 2 spots is the price to pay for having one of the greatest quarterbacks.
Yeah, he's just joking. He knows. I mean, like I said, if they actually had more structure, they probably would have won 2 Super Bowls with Brett and probably 2 with Aaron. You know what I mean? But again, if you're not run, you know, if you're not a good, well-run organization, then you miss out on opportunities. And obviously, you know, one year they couldn't stop the run. The next year they couldn't stop the run. The next year the special teams was a problem. But a lot of times Aaron is just not good in the playoffs and at home, you know. So a lot of times, you know, you got to put the blame on Aaron, you know, where, you know, he is a Hall of Fame quarterback, but there's a lot of guys that are better than him. You know, and he, you know, like there's certain guys that are up for the challenge in the playoffs, and he just kind of nuts up and doesn't really do well in the playoffs. So, and I think a lot of the Packer fans, you know, kind of like coddled him and babied him and tried to protect him. But if anything, you got to be able, like, that can be the quarterback and that can be your favorite and your guy, but you still got to be critical of the play if he's losing games for you. You just can't protect him all the time, you know? Oh, really? How many games are you watching on the hockey side right now? Are you just watching the one? Bryce Young, CJ Stroud, Will Anderson Jr., Anthony Richardson, Devin Witherspoon, Paris Johnson Jr., Tyree Wilson, Bijan Robinson, Jalen Carter, Darnell Wright, Peter Skoronsky, Dahmer Gibbs, Lucas Inez, and Broderick Jones. So we're about halfway through the draft, and as we go through some of those names, a lot of question marks. A lot of question marks. He said the one. Yeah, Nolan Smith would be a good pick for the Jets. Christian Gonzalez would be good too. Could you imagine Christian Gonzalez and Sauce Gardner? Woo! That could be something. That could be something. That could be. So where are we going? Are we going to go here with a Nolan Smith? And again, you still got Christian Gonzalez there. You know, they didn't want to do the Legion of Boom with Tariq Woolen, but maybe Sauce Gardner and Christian Gonzalez. That would be scary. That could definitely help them on that side of the ball. They still need offensive line help, though, for Aaron and the rest of that squad. Defense they need, but O-line is the number one priority. But, I mean, at this point, you're going to be getting like the 5th best lineman, so you may want to go a different direction, like someone on defense. Right. But everyone wanted to protect him, you know. I mean, the best available at this point is Christian Gonzalez, so him and Sauce would be fucking crazy. Be hard to pass against them. But again, getting an athletic player like Nolan Smith could be very beneficial for them too.
We saw a lot of the Jets last year, though, and it was a lot of fun. Remember, at one point they were 7-3. So
They already got Zach Wilson there. That would be the craziest shit ever. Yeah, that ain't happening. All right, we're about halfway through the first round. Oh, wow. Yeah, that would be crazy. I don't think they really need that. But goalie. Garrett Wilson on one side, Jackson Smith-Njigba on the other. Woo! With Breece Hall. But again, the offensive line, if they can't block for Aaron, he ain't going to be able to throw the ball to those guys. It's not going to have enough time. All right, pick is in. Top needs for the Jets are O-line and D-line. And the Jets don't have a clear-cut D-tackle starter next to Quinnen Williams at the moment, so it could be a D-tackle, like a kind of a name that maybe no one's really thinking of. So Sarah apparently is following all the insiders and knows all the selections before they happen. But so far, has any of the insiders been wrong so far that you've seen on Twitter, or have they all been leaked and they all are correct? All correct. So someone's leaking. Someone's got the leakage. Oh, make a wish. Let's go. Anyone that's going to, fight cancer, any type of illness and, either fighting it still or beating it. That's awesome. That's awesome. Let's go, Kyle. Woo! This is the best thing in the draft so far, right here. Let's go, Kyle. Woo! Let's go. He's well-spoken, too. Handsome little guy. Let's go. E-T-S. Jets. Let's go. Oh, wow. McDonald. Woo. Interesting. No one saw that coming. Oh, my. And is that what the insider said, Sarah? Wow. I did not see this pick coming. Interesting. Wow. This draft is a bunch of wow. But also there's a lot of names that no one has any idea who any of these motherfuckers are. Right? Even with me and with a lot of these other people that watch a shitload of college football, and for anyone to act like they know everything about all these picks so far would be lying. It just depends on how much football you watch and if some of these players are in your conference. All right, someone has the leakage, though. They're leaking it. I mean, they need D-tackle on offensive line, but if they thought this was the best fit for them. And remember, it's not necessarily the best talent. It's the best fit for that particular team based on who's picking. So that's why when you get some of these like Will McDonald, Ronald McDonald, who the fuck is this, right? But again, they're not going to be grabbing a player like this unless they had really good tape, a really good meeting. They said the right things. They did the right things. The film was right. And then they just felt that, they aced the interview and that this would be the piece that would be the best fit for their particular team. And that's what I feel this Will McDonald pick is. Of course, yeah, and of course you're going to get some of these guys that are, maybe reaches. But again, there's always going to be more popular names. We just have to see if it ends up truly being the proper fit or not. Even the Darnell Wright pick at 10. I mean, there's been a few, here. I mean, you could say the Darnell Wright one could have been a little bit. The Gibbs is probably the first one that, most people thought Gibbs in Detroit that went 12, that was probably going to go 25 to 30. So that's probably the big surprise. Lucas Van Ness maybe slid a little bit in the draft, but not too much. But again, it shows you, man, everything is very unpredictable. So which insider is leaking the information? Is it Schefter? Is it someone else? Who's leaking the info? Well, I think the proper evaluation, besides someone like Sarah that, watches Iowa football and McDonald goes to Iowa State, I would say 99% of people have no idea who he is, unless you ended up watching Iowa State games and you watch that side of the ball. But, I mean, let's be honest. When you look at a lot of these names, people know Bryce, people know CJ, people know Will if you follow defense. If not, then you may not know. Richardson, obviously was getting a lot of the pub with Levis, right? But I don't think anyone really watched Witherspoon. No one knows who Paris Johnson is. Tyree only got pub when they thought maybe he would go 2 or 3 overall. Robinson, obviously the running back, everyone knows him. Carter, got the pub for, obviously with the speeding and the racing and everything and being on Georgia. No one knows who Darnell Wright is. Skoronsky obviously got pub because, he's a Northwestern O-lineman, but did anyone actually watch him play? No. Gibbs, he's on Alabama. So, but if you really look at a lot of these names, no one really knows. I mean, let's just be truthfully, brutally honest. Unless you are in the division, like the Big Ten, and a lot of these guys are coming out of that, particular division, you probably have no idea who the fuck Devin Witherspoon is, unless you caught an Illinois game or if, your team played Illinois and Witherspoon picked you and you're like, oh, that motherfucker, but a lot of these are like, who are these guys? And that's why I feel that this draft is going to be a little bit lower than previous drafts, because I feel in previous drafts there was bigger names and better production. Not saying that some of these guys can't produce, but with a lot of kind of reaching and a lot of question marks, there is a high probability with a lot of these guys busting or, getting injured. So exactly. That's why I usually don't do the mocks, Albert Breer, he's the insider leaking, huh? Yeah. Well, like I said, just because the wide receivers, but you also have to look at the team's needs, right? And you got to think wide receivers, even though there is some talent, but there's been previous years that had much more talent. There is no Justin Jefferson in this draft. There is no Jamar Chase in this draft. There's guys that could be pretty solid. Like I don't think anyone thought Amon-Ra St. Brown was going to be as great as he turned into being, So there are some pretty good wide receivers here. But again, I think most people kind of figured that most of the tight ends and wide receivers would go after 20. All right, the Washington pick is in. Who is it going to be? Is it Will? Toby in the building. How are you? Oh, I knew he wasn't going to Green Bay. That was just a wishful thinking on your part. And think about it. They don't typically, go that route that often. And they did last year. But if they already went with Christian Watson, they probably aren't going to do it again. They have offensive line issues, defensive issues. And normally they will go defense. And they'll try to find value with wide receivers later. I mean, that's typically what they do. They're not going to waste a pick on a wide receiver in the first round. I mean, that's just typically what the Packers don't do. So. Nice, Odin. Heck yeah. There we go, bro. I like it. And Anderson back to back. I love it. Who? That's what 99% of people are saying. Who? I don't think I think in this particular draft, there's more who moments. And that's when the draft isn't really that good. You know what I mean? We're already in the first round, and it should be like heavy hitter, big name. And then out of like 15 or 16 names, maybe 2 or 3 aren't really as well known. You look at this draft, half of the people, no one knows who the fuck they are. That's a problem. I'm not saying that these guys can't pan out, but if you compare it to other drafts, it's a little bit deeper, based off name recognition and, based off stats. I mean, based off name recognition, this draft is much lower than most. But again, some guys, might be a lower name and we don't know who they are and they turn into superstars. Some of these guys might end up being Pro Bowlers or all pros. I don't know necessarily Hall of Fame or anything like that. I mean, when I'm looking at this draft board and I'm looking at the talent level, obviously Bryce and CJ, I love me some Will Anderson. I'm confident there in Bijan Robinson as well. But, other than that, there's a lot of, I don't know. Oh, Branch will get picked before 30. More than likely.
With the 17th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Christian Gonzalez.
Oh, Gonzalez goes to the Patriots. There he goes. Bill Belichick knows talent when he sees it. He slid in the draft, and he goes to the New England Patriots. No, everyone's going to be improving in the division. It used to be the Colts and the Titans division. You guys took it over last year. Now everyone is going to be getting better, and it's going to be harder for you to keep that top spot, even though I think you are the best team at the moment. But, the Colts will improve slowly but surely. The Titans will figure out if they can improve, and then the Texans, seem like they are getting closer and closer. Still going to take some time, though. $25. Let's get to a hundo. 75 to go. I'd say AJ Terrell Lattimore is a pretty good comparison. Let's go. I don't know how he feels about being on New England. It's going to be a lot of yelling, a lot of discipline, you know what I mean? But hopefully he can make a name for himself over there. And that is true. They do know how to develop the corner. And then they don't even have the best player on there, Justin Herbert, baby.
Well, we all know the saying, good things come to those who wait. You are going to be playing for a Hall of Fame coach in Bill Belichick. What does this mean to you?
Well, it means everything. I'm super excited for this opportunity. I can't wait to get out there and just go to work.
And Belichick is a defensive-minded guy, so it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be a lot of yelling and screaming and discipline. And I mean, they don't got Brady and Gronk anymore, but at least on that side of the ball, they're usually pretty fucking good, even with Brady and Gronk and a lot of those guys not there anymore. So.
We know New England loves to play man-to-man coverage, and gone are the days when you just need two corners. You look at the AFC side, and there are weapons all over the place in that division and all through the conference. So I love this pick for New England. You know that they want to push the envelope. Daniel talked about a little bit with Christian Gonzalez. He can play off, he can get up and press you, which they like to do. So
Next up is the Detroit Lions on the clock, unless there's a trade. And then my Tampa Bay Buccaneers finally get a pick. I wish I honestly was a little bit more excited because, again, I need to be able to get my franchise QB, I hope, next year. But we'll see. We'll see, what avenue that they go. I mean, there's a lot of pieces that we need to fill. I'm curious to see where they go. I mean, offensive line, I would assume is going to be the number one need. So if they don't go offensive line, I would be kind of shocked. But again, if there's another, guy sitting there, like a Nolan Smith, I'm not really sure what direction that they're looking at. But I mean, there is some pretty good talent still left on the board. I mean, obviously, we're not in the market for like a Jackson Smith-Njigba, which would be incredible. But imagine if he gets paired up with Jay Jetta, since Adam Thielen's no longer there. What a fantastic pairing that could be, huh? Addison could be pretty good as well. So, but we're not in the market, obviously, with Mike Evans and Chris Godwin. So, but I assume we'll probably go O-line, but you never know. You think the Lions are going to go Porter Jr.? He was projected around 16 to 20, so this is kind of in the right spot. I know the Commanders were one team that was kind of interested in looking at whatnot. So yeah, I definitely think that could maybe be a possibility. It also could be Deontay Banks from Maryland. Could be him too, but it could be a cornerback. Or maybe it'll end up being someone else. Who knows? Or maybe it'll be someone on the offensive side of the ball. Well, this whole first round has been shockers. And then, like I said, if you are looking at these names and you're like, who the hell are these people? Well, it's going to get even worse when you go into day two because the names won't be as popular and not as much pub. And there'll be a lot of people that no one even knows who the hell the guys are on day two. And then, hell, when we go to day three, then no one's going to know anything. I mean, unless you're really hardcore and, you watch a lot of tape and you watch a lot of games. But as far as name recognition is concerned, this might be the weakest draft based off name recognition that we've had in like 5 to 10 years. A lot of question marks, like who are these guys? Yeah, I agree. And I think that when, the Lions, if they were going to be picking around that spot, I think they thought that Porter would already be off the board. So, yeah, I agree with you. I think Porter is the better corner. And, obviously with, the dad and, the lineage and the good genes, I agree. At least that's what I would do. But again, who knows? Sarah says it's a surprise. So it's probably something crazy like a tight end or something. Who knows? It might be Dalton Kincaid. I don't know. We don't know what the hell is going to happen here. But obviously could be something that we're not even thinking. But I don't think it'll be Dalton Kincaid. All right. Who is it going to be here? And the Lions select Will Levis. I better not be. All right, let's see what the Lions do at pick 18.
With the 18th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Jack Campbell.
Oh, Jack Campbell from Iowa. Wow.
We talked about with this draft, guys. We talked about once you get outside that top 15 or so, we impact these guys in all different order. Jack Campbell, one of the top linebackers in his class.
Iowa Hawkeyes coming off the board.
Tackle to tackle is a run stuffer. He's outstanding. You guys know about the leadership. We'll get into that in a minute. But the lateral quickness, making plays down the line, he ran well. You see it here. He's a big linebacker.
Sarah's even surprised on that one.
Over the last few years, getting big guys like this, you not only be able to match up the cover guys in man, but in zone coverage, use all that size and length to be able to.
I think in most mocks, Jack was a second-round pick. So this might be a little bit of a reach for Detroit, but they already reached on the first pick. They said, fuck it, let's reach for another one. I can see that, but you guys just couldn't score points, right? The offense was not good, but the defense was good. Tampa Bay's pick is in. Hopefully it's offensive line. But even though the Lions are reaching for the type of coach that they have, if those guys are the right fit, and the Lions are on the cusp of making the playoffs, so I think those two picks could work for them. So even though it might be like a reach, I don't necessarily think that they're bad picks. I actually think that it's not like when the Raiders, took Alex Leatherwood and he was going to be garbage. Like, I actually think that both players that the Lions have picked could, do something. So. Are we going to take Will Levis here? Oh, God. Are the Bucs going to pick Will Levis? Is that what we're doing? You got Kyle Trask. You got Baker Mayfield. And then are they going to do Will Levis? They better not. God damn it. No Will Levis. No. I mean, Miles Murphy's still on the fucking board. So no Will. No, we ain't going Levis. Fuck that. We already got, Trask, who, was a second round pick and he was behind Brady. And then, you got Baker Mayfield, the tank. So we're trying to end up getting next year Caleb Williams or Drake May. So, all right, baby. Let's see what my crappy football team does here. I hope it's offensive line. Maybe Osiris Torrance, but I don't know if that will happen. But offensive guard from Florida, the senior. But we need interior blocker with quick feet. So we'll see what they decide to do. But if they decide to go for someone like a Nolan Smith, just because it's a name, I'm not going to get mad at that either. Or if they go for a tight end like Michael Mayer, or, a Dalton Kincaid, if they go for someone like, we'll see what they do here. I think offensive line would be the biggest need, though. All right, come on, Bucks. Who we getting? Really? Interesting. That's what I'm saying. Like, you look at this draft and you're like, who? 6'1", 281. I'm not sure if I like this pick, but if he ends up panning out and being a good player for us, I hope so. I mean, we like speed. That's our thing for defense, speed. So explosive hands, good speed. Some people had him in the first round, but I think most people had him in the second round or late first round. I know another team that was projected or maybe looking at him was the Saints. So maybe that's why we picked him, because we knew the Saints were interested, and we wanted to get him before he went off the board, because I think around 28, 29, 30, there would have been a good chance for him to get off the board. Relentless pass rusher with a first step quickness and burst to create problems on passing downs. I told you, with this draft, there's a lot of names that people that have no idea. Even people that watch a lot of football, they're not really familiar with a lot of these names. That's why I felt that this draft, there's going to be a lot of question marks, a lot of reaching, possible busts. It doesn't have the same feel like a normal draft where you have, 20 or 25 out of the, 30, 31, 32, where you know the names and they're recognized. There's a lot of names where I feel people have no idea who these guys are, unfortunately. So, all right, Seahawks are up. And I wouldn't go Hendon Hooker here. If I'm the Seahawks here, I'm probably going here with Nolan Smith. This is probably where I would go. Versatile edge defender, size, athleticism, and obviously trying to fill the role occupied by Bruce Irvin on the perimeter back in the day. But we'll see. I mean, the way that this draft has gone. Yeah, and like I said, it's all lies, right? Like I said, I was trying to tell Sarah, just because a team says something doesn't mean that they really want that position. It's all lies and it's all smoke and, stuff that's being pushed by a narrative by the media. And now you look at this draft and you look at these names and you're just like, all right, well, every mock draft that was completed is absolutely 1,000% wrong. So Chief in the building. How are you, bro? I don't know. Let me check. I don't think so. We had Zini Panini that did the 25er before the stream started, but I don't think we have anything besides that tonight. What's good, bro? Right. And it shouldn't be like that. Like when you're looking at these names and you're going down each, name, it's there's not very much name recognition. Bryce Young, CJ Stroud, right? Those. Will Anderson, Richardson. And then you have to go down to maybe Bijan Robinson, Jalen Carter, Lucas Van Ness, Skoronski, and then just a bunch of guys, Christian Gonzalez, and, obviously Jack Campbell. But there's a lot of names that I honestly feel that most people are like, who are these guys? And hopefully we end up getting some gems out of who are these guys in this draft. But again, that's why I said, months ago that I thought this could be one of the weaker drafts in the last 5 to 10 years. And you can see why. Oh, nice. Yeah, Cyberpunk is there and Jameson is there. And I think Holly, if she wasn't sick, she would be there too. All right, brother. Have a good night, bro. I guess, for a lot of us, it's, picks that we weren't expecting. So we don't really know. We just have to pray that it works out. But I think right now, hands down, the Texans had the best draft. How the hell do you go CJ Stroud at 2 and then you trade to 3 and you get Anderson? That's like some fucking Breece Hall, Garrett Wilson shit from last year. Texans are on the up and up. Yeah, he said that when I talked to him, he left a little late, but it's like a 3-hour drive from him. And obviously, he has, a little bit of a disability with his eyes and whatnot, but he still likes to be able to get out there and, go to events. Even, I'm not sure what degree, like if he's fully blind, partially blind, how much he can actually see. But I think it's really cool that he still goes. He goes to concerts, to be able to get that experience. And, he goes to events and whatnot. So he might not be able to see everything, but he can hear it. He can feel it. And he's obviously one of the loyal supporters of this channel. And he will be until the day that obviously he's no longer here with us. He's going to ride or die with us. So, and I hope he's having a blast, just like Cyberpunk. But they still have a lot of other pieces that they need to, go. Just because they got the quarterback and a defensive guy, they have a long ways to go, but they are catching up, if they can keep progressing. All right, Seahawks, where are we going? What are we thinking? I mean, Sarah's got the inside information that they keep leaking all the picks and whatnot already. So, and apparently they've got all of them right. And there's been a lot of, strange picks in this draft, more strange picks in this draft than in past years, I feel. But, Nolan Smith. But I mean, the way that the draft is going, it's whatever you think is going to happen doesn't happen. So who knows? But let's see what the pick is.
Receiver. Tyler Lockett's been there for a while. We know we like him. DK Metcalf controls things on the outside of the field, and he plays like a power.
So best fit for Seattle, Jackson Smith-Njigba? They just said it. Zay Flowers too. Yeah, that could be another opportunity too. I could see that too. But if Jackson Smith-Njigba plays with Jay Jetta, woo, that would be the most natural fit. And that'd be so exciting. And all the Kirk Cousins haters, they'll still be hating. But all right, pick is in. First receiver taken, then it's Jackson. They went for it. All right, here's the first receiver off the board. A natural fit, 6'1", 196. Also, they were mocked for a tight end as well. Mayer. Oh, yeah, me too. Me too. All right, so it's either going to be Jackson Smith-Njigba or maybe Zay. It's going to be a wide receiver, obviously, Sarah said. So she's got all the info. I'm not sure if that's really necessarily what they need. I would rather have them go like, O-line or defense and whatnot. But, getting a, primetime option, another option for Geno. So you got DK, Lockett, and another one. That could be special.
Please welcome Bethany Uribe.
With the 20th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Jackson Njigba, wide receiver.
They got him. Oh, Seahawks fans will be happy. I mean, if they actually watch college football and they actually know who he is. And obviously, if you have any injuries to, Tyler Lockett or anything like that, or DK, now you got another guy that could go in there and they can go 3 wide. And they got Kenneth Walker III. The Seattle Seahawks are coming. You know, you can tell they may not win the division. They might have to still battle with the Niners, but it seems like, you know, if Geno can keep up the production, you know, at least for another year or two, it seems like Seattle should be in the playoffs again. I like this pick, even though there's other, you know, other places that they could go. They stayed away from Jalen Carter, and then you got a nice player for Geno to kind of show his talents with. Oh, the Seahawk fans are going to love this. But I hope that the Witherspoon was the correct pick. But obviously, if they felt that that was the right spot for them with corner, but Seahawks actually had a pretty good draft so far too. And like I said, they had a very good draft last year, and they're trying to pair it up. So if Witherspoon can be, you know, kind of like Tariq Woolen, right, and he's on the other side, and now you got Jackson Smith-Njigba, pretty solid 2 picks if Witherspoon pans out. Shit, in the Rose Bowl against Utah, motherfucker had like 4 billion yards and 3 touchdowns with Marvin Harrison Jr. First wide receiver off the board.
You told me earlier on the red carpet, because of the injury this year, you are ready to get to work. How excited are you to head to Seattle?
Super excited, blessed, man. I've been dreaming about this moment. I just want to thank, you know, the Seahawks for giving me this opportunity.
His jersey will be a popular one in Seattle. I mean, I'm not really sure if that was like the number one need. I think I would have, you know, tried to go somewhere else, O-line or secondary. But again, if a lot of the O-linemen already are off the board, why would you go for like the 5th best offensive lineman or like the 4th best corner when you can get the best wide receiver? So it kind of makes sense. Sometimes, you know, you want to get someone else, but everyone kind of took your guys. So why are you going to go for the 6th best in something in the first round when you have a first best sitting there, right? That could end up, you know, doing some damage. And, you know, it might have been kind of a little bit of a head scratcher, but gosh, look at this offense. Smith, Walker, Metcalf, Lockett, Smith, and Njigba. Woo! That's looking good. Keep building the O-line, keep building the defense. I like what I'm seeing. I mean, shit, I'll probably do more Seahawk games than Buccaneer games because the Bucs are going to be fucking terrible. You know, but I don't know. I mean, I'm going to end up doing Sunday night football, Monday night, and Thursday night. But if there's like games in the morning or afternoon, you know, maybe I'll do a little bit more Seahawk, you know, games because obviously with Tampa, they're terrible. I mean, hell, Tampa Bay fans aren't going to really even want to watch Tampa Bay this year. Now, if we get a quarterback the following year, we'll be back on track. But it's going to be a year of misery, and you know, I'll still watch my games, but you know, depending on what's on locally, you know, we'll see what happens. $25. Let's get to a hundo. Yep, best available. You got it, Cyberpunk. All right, on the clock is the Chargers, and gosh, you got guys like you know, Dalton Kincaid, you know, from Utah, tight end, you know, still on the board, right? And obviously they had him projected around 13 to Green Bay, the senior, so that could be someone that you could go for, or you can go for Mayer, you know, Odin's son's guy from Notre Dame. Right, you could go for him with Justin Herbert, Mike Williams, Keenan Allen, and then Michael Mayer. So maybe they'll go tight end here. Let's go, baby. Kincaid, Levis, Smith, Addison, Mayer, Murphy, Flowers, Porter Jr., Banks, and White. Look at all those names right there with the best available. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 are recognizable names. Banks and White, not so much, but there's still talent on the board. It's funny how you have more recognizable and more pub players that haven't been picked than the ones that have been picked. I mean, for his best available, 8 out of the 10 are names, that actually can do some damage. And we're already on pick 21. So that means some of those guys are going to drop to the first pick in the second round. And whoever that is going to get a fucking steal. Another wide receiver, huh? Zay then. Zay. Zay. Or Addison. Whoa, he's good. TCU. Okay, I like that. Wow, he went over Zay and he went over Addison. Interesting. But again, I think people thought that he has the size and the talent, and Herbert will love him. Because at one point he was projected high, and then he slid down, and they kept him there. So that's why people were thinking Zay or Addison, and here we go. It's crazy how they can have you ranked high, and then all of a sudden you drop. And then in reality, those people are just full of shit, and then you end up getting picked pretty fucking high. The Chargers do have a type. And obviously, we know Zay and Addison will, be, good receivers for whatever team they go to. But it all depends about fit, with Herbert. So I like that pick for the Chargers. But again, the Chargers' problems is the offensive line, the defense, the coaching, and the defense is nutting up and being shitty. And so it's not really ever Herbert, and that side of the ball's fault. It's the defense. So hopefully they can get the defense right before Herbert, ends up losing all his prime years, and they can get the right fucking coach in there. Because I would love to see Herbert in at least one Super Bowl or at least an AFC championship game if he stays there. If he ends up leaving, then we'll see where he goes. But I want to be able to see Herbert have at least a chance before he retires to do some magic. And he's my favorite player, not on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Obviously, me being an Oregon Duck, through and through, that's going to be my favorite. So, Prayer Man, how are you, man? How are you? He said, hello, NWSF family. Welcome to Philly. Jalen Carter, please support Orion. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate you. It's definitely been a lot of highs and a lot of lows. And just to be honest, my mental health has not been good, but I still push, and I still try to just put one step, in front of the other, and I'm here, I'm trying to grind it out. And I appreciate you, man. One of the most genuine people that we have on the channel, Prayer Man. Shout out to you, man. Fly, Eagles, fly. I'll get you a little Jalen Carter photo here for you. Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate you. Oh, looks like we got 2 of them in there. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you. We had a $25 dono from Zini Panini, who is also an Eagles fan. And coincidentally, Prayer Man came in. And when Zini Panini's sister passed away, me and Prayer Man, got together and got like a care package gift. So we sent some money to her so she could go to NFL Shop and buy something for her mom and herself, slides, T-shirt, and whatnot. And we didn't have to do that, but that's what we do. You know what I mean? When people are good people and they're in a time of hurting or in a time of need, you get together with people and you try to make it right. And coincidentally, Zini Panini hasn't been in the stream. She's working 2 jobs. She's had some mental health things too, and seems like she's, turning things around. And here we go. We got Prayer Man in here as well. Shout out to Chief with a dono as well. Thank you, man. I appreciate you guys. Chief with a tenor, always supporting the cause when he can. I appreciate you, Chief. Bang, 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 boom, 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 bang, bang. Thank you, Chief. And then we also got a $5 dono from Prayer Man. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. Yes, thank you so much. Prayer Man with a $5 dono. Appreciate you. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang. Fly, Eagles fly. Appreciate you. Chiefs Kingdom in the building. Fly, Eagles fly in the building. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you too. Thank you. 40, 60 to go. Thank you, guys. You know what's really crazy? When money is tight, sometimes you don't realize, like what you take for granted and whatnot. I actually went on like Grubhub and I was trying to, maybe try to order some food. It's better always to go and get it. The prices are getting crazy. I went to like Jack in the Box. I wasn't going to order it. Their meals are like $24. What the fuck happened? Like every restaurant's prices just went through the roof. Why in the hell would I get a cheeseburger, fry, and drink and pay $24? And that's not even with the tip and the driver fee and all that. I don't know what the hell is going on here in Oregon, or if it's like that for you guys as well. But there's still going to be places that are a little bit cheaper, like maybe like a Taco Bell. But I was just shocked to see like a normal meal that would cost like $10, maybe 12, going for like double that on the Grubhub. I mean, I know they need to make money, but Jesus, 50% increase? Like, why the hell would I do that? So then I was like, yeah, I'm not doing that. So, it's like you work so hard and, it's like, you're grinding. And I just can't, it's like, imagine if you ordered one meal, on the Grubhub, that would be all $40 gone away. So, it's just, everything is so fucking expensive. But I was just like kind of scratching my head. I was like, what? $24? And I almost thought it was like an error, but I was like going through all the meals and everything was like 19, 22, 24. And it wasn't like a combo pack where you got 2 burgers, 2 fries, 2 drinks. It was literally for like one meal. It's like, what the hell is going on? Jesus. All right, Ravens are up next. I appreciate you guys. $40. Let's get to a hundo. 60 to go. All right. Well, as I look at the talent here, I mean, obviously, what would be the normal fit? Maybe Nolan Smith, Joey Porter Jr. There's going to be certain names. I mean, we already know the Ravens love defense. I'm not sure if that's the route that they're going to go, or not. But obviously, we know the Ravens typically, they do defensive players usually. But they need corner, wide receiver, and D-line. We'll see what they do here. Sarah says she likes the pick. So it might be one of the bigger name guys. And they're very good at developing defensive guys. Oh, Zay Flowers. Well, they need help for Lamar. So now you're starting to get the wide receivers off the board. And usually when one goes off the board, another one goes off the board very quickly after. So
bet you that was a discussion in the draft room. And there's been a lot of talk today early in Lamar Jackson's contract. DeAndre Hopkins, you mentioned him earlier.
There goes Zay.
A lot of discussion about him taking over. The people talk about could he end up in Baltimore as well as Odell Beckham Jr. Because Daniel, you were with that Ravens organization.
And then for the Vikings, their needs are corner, D-line, and wide receiver. And they are in the market to complement Justin Jefferson since the Thielen is no longer there. So is that Jordan Addison next? And you're going to have Addison paired up with Justin Jefferson? Maybe. So out of all the leaks, they've all been correct. So someone is leaking all that info. We will see. We will see.
This is one exciting guy right here, the newest member of the...
Oh, looks like we had a dono from Cyberpunk, but maybe it just didn't go through until just now. Looks like Cyberpunk donated an hour ago, but it just came through. Cyberpunk, you are the #1 donator to the channel. You are literally the single thing that's keeping me hanging on doing this full time. Thank you. Obviously, I didn't bring it up before because I didn't even get it. $60 dono from our #1 donator, Mr. Cyberpunk. Thank you so much, man. And again, like I said, I wouldn't be able to pay my rent. I wouldn't be able to pay my bills. I wouldn't be able to eat if it wasn't for the consistent love and appreciation and the overall generosity of Cyberpunk. No one donates more and often as Cyberpunk on the channel. God bless him, because like I said, if I wasn't, I'm already having mental health issues already as it is, but obviously if I didn't have him with everything else that has happened with some of the other GOATs, I don't know where I would be mentally, physically, financially. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate you. He is at the actually at the draft right now as well. So maybe that signal had something to do with it. I'm going to message him. Thank you so much, Cyberpunk. Like I said, we used to have maybe, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 GOATs. Things have changed in the last, 4 months. People have gone to the hospital. People have gotten sick. People have lost jobs. People have gone through different financial, circumstances. So I get it. But it just feels good that at least I have one that will have my back and is trying to, help me still continue to do this full time, because this is my dream. This channel means everything to me. I didn't sell my Jordan rookie for nothing. You know what I mean? Like, I want to be able not to be famous or to be rich, but just to be able to express myself, meet great people, help people out with mental health, and just be able to interact with you guys. And after I got sick for a week with the norovirus, with the stomach bug, it really made me appreciate, being able to record. Then I recorded for a couple days and I got banned for a week unfairly for the World Baseball Classic. So not being able to record in a 2-week period really killed me. It was, financially, it buried me, and I it's like, it's such a tough thing for me right now. But it just feels good to, to have that kind of support.
Still some interesting names out there with Jordan Addison, Jalen Hyatt. You think about Mingo and Tillman, probably more second round. Yeah. But to me, Addison's a first-round player, and Hyatt's right in that mix as well.
Jackson Smith and Jigba, Quentin Johnston and Zay Flowers just went back as the first wide receivers off the board. There's a run on them, 20 through 22 of those picks happened in last year's first-round picks.
Shout out to Cyberpunk for being fucking fantastic. Thank you, Cyberpunk. Couldn't do this without you, man. And hopefully we'll get some of the other goats. Oh, and I did end up, I've been messaging Mr. Williams quite a bit, here and there. And he actually just responded back to me. And, through his government job that, he has, I think they put up like blockers. But he said, I'm in the office again and off, but more on. They're consuming me, making it as hard as possible, blocking all the signals for, different things that he used to have access to. He said, all is well, just no life, working all the time, barely having any energy to do stuff around the house, even been training, learning, teaching others, having to execute 3 jobs. Simple and straightforward, but taking a lot of energy. He said, miss the fam, and I'll try to be back soon, just no time right now. And that was today. And I reached out to him on March 31st. And then previous to that, I always try to check up on him, regardless if he can come in and donate or not donate. We always love the goats, that can bring the energy here and be a positive influence. And like I said, we used to have maybe 6, 7, 8, goats in the room at a time. Now we're normally down to maybe a couple. It would be really awesome to be able to get back to having, 5, 6, 7, 8 in the room. And it doesn't have to be every day, but just to be able to have all the mods and all the goats kind of together, it would be an amazing thing. But I get it. Everyone is working. Everyone is going through different stresses in their life. But I do miss having the full complement, of the mods and the group. And hopefully we'll get Mr. Williams to come through and say hello at one point or another. We haven't really seen him all in 2023. So hopefully he'll be able to come in and, he'll be able to hang out and we'll go from there. If he's able to donate, I know he will. And regardless of the donation, even though donos have been, a struggle for me in 2023, just having him in the room, a very positive person. And I always enjoy talking to him. So it was very cool that he reached out today. Yeah, Minnesota is thinking about it here. Again, Minnesota needs corner, D-line, wide receiver. Jordan Addison? I mean, that would kind of make the most sense because the Buffalo Bills will probably take him at 28. So Jordan Addison? I mean, Addison with Jay Jetta would be exciting, but we'll see. I would be happy with either one of those picks for them. What is it? Addison? I mean, Thielen's no longer there, so obviously they probably had their eye on Jackson Smith-Njigba was the Vikings' #1 choice, and now Johnson's gone and Flowers are gone, and that might have not even been their 2 or 3, right? And I would assume, wide receiver, 4 receivers in a row, I assume. Here we go. Your boy's right. I'm not going to get all of them right in this type of draft with this craziness that we have, but Matt was very disappointed that we didn't get any wide receivers, and then boom, shakalaka, we got 4 in a row. And this is the right pick for them. Good pick for them. I actually think this is probably a better fit for them than Johnston or Flowers. I think this could actually be pretty good. He's flashy. It does have a little bit of injury concerns, but his swagger, being from USC with Jay Jetta, we're gonna have gritty. We're gonna have all kinds of stuff going on, and he'll be an upgrade over Thielen. So, and I like his shades. I like the suit. Very saucy. Not many guys can pull off the pink. And Jay Jetta getting double teamed a lot. He'll have a lot of opportunities. Dude, to play with Justin Jefferson, man, that's going to be exciting, man. Like, you already know that they're on the up and up, but they need defense. You know, that we know that they need more offensive line. It's going to be interesting. Addison, let's go. All right, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 picks left. Yeah, he's got that home run speed for sure. He said, take the cheese. I mean, I might be an Oregon Duck, but I do like Addison. You know, just because someone's on like a rival team doesn't mean like I don't like them. It's like Michael Penix Jr., the lefty quarterback for UW. I love the guy. You know, so I definitely like to be able to scout the other great players in the division. But now I'm not going to be able to have USC or UCLA after this year. They're going to be in the Big Ten. So, but I'll still be watching their games.
Justin Jefferson, are you guys going to be the best duo in the league?
For sure, no doubt. Let's do it. Let's go get paid.
What can Vikings fans expect from you?
A lot of plays and a lot of touchdowns. We think score all night. We scoring all night.
You talk the talk, you're going to walk the walk. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Let's go get paid, says Jordan Addison. Fantastic.
He said, I need my money. Money, 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 he says. All right, Giants need wide receiver, O-line, and corner. So at this point, with a lot of the wide receivers taken and the offensive linemen taken, then are we finally at a point now, right? Are we finally at a point now that we go Joey Porter Jr.? Is that where we go? Because, I mean, it looks like at this point with the Giants, I mean, I know you have other needs, right? I know you have needs, for wide receiver and O-line, but they're depleted now, at this point. So you may want to end up going with Joey Porter Jr. or Deonte Banks. So we'll see if that ends up being the case. But you never know. Yeah, well, like I said, once one goes, and you know what's really surprising, though? No tight ends have come off the board. No Dalton Kincaid and no Mayer yet. I know that both of those two will be pretty solid on whatever teams that they go to. They both have good hands, good size, and they could be a good force for a team, but we might have to wait for the second round for some of those players. Someone's going to be able to get a steal at tight end out of those guys. Of course, man. Well, it's that USC swagger and the shit talking, that's just how it goes. Boston beat Atlanta, no surprise. Darnell Washington, is that who they picked? Are you leaking? Are you leaking the information? Or is that who you think?
So, how's it going? The interest rate's up. I've been looking to get a better savings account, but all the options have you up in the air. Well, yes. At NerdWallet, we can help you make the smartest decision by...
Branch is still on the board, too. That might be Jacksonville.
It's the smartest way to get the most out of your savings. Well, in that case, I'll have another coffee.
Oats, almonds, regular.
Did you get it? It's because earlier she was up in the air and now she's...
What time does the draft start tomorrow? Oh, you would say it's a steal. Everything that you've been saying has been pretty much the leak. So I didn't know if that was like what it was. So, what time does the draft start tomorrow, guy? I mean, I've been just, I kind of, sometimes I don't look ahead. I mean, a lot of times I do, but I just been consumed with the first round and everything. Does it start at 4:00 tomorrow? Because my girlfriend normally doesn't get off until 4. So hopefully she gets off, but sometimes she's been getting off a little bit early. So hopefully that's the case. If she ends up getting off early, and then I can get in here. So 4 Pacific. Ooh. So yeah, normally 5 would be better for me, but yeah, if I let her know, and as long as the workload is light, I should be able to get in here. And if it's not at 4, pretty close to after 4 o'clock, like, at the very latest, maybe, if I press her a little bit, maybe 4:15, 4:20, I'm hoping at the very, very latest, but I'm going to try to get on time at 4 if I can, but it all depends if, what her work schedule is like and how many orders she has or clients that she has to talk to or whatever. So hopefully that'll work out for me. But I do plan on doing the day 2, rounds 2 and 3. So probably won't do day 3 though. Rounds 4 through 7. But I guess I'll have to look at the schedule on Saturday and just see what would be an option: baseball, NBA playoffs, or the draft. I love the draft, but when you do rounds 4 through 7, it's like an all-day thing. I don't know how many people would sit here with me for hours on end, because it's even longer than today, and a lot of the names are not recognized. So usually I do day 1 and day 2. So where are the Giants going? Deontay Banks. There we go. Remember, I said that I thought it could be Deontay Banks or Joey Porter Jr., and they decided to go Deontay Banks. And Banks was projected around 18 to 20, and a lot of people thought the Lions might be interested. Goes a little bit lower to 24, but I think that's we'll have to see if that ends up working out for them. And that just made sense to me, even though corner was their 3rd priority, right? All the rest of the picks that they were looking at were already kind of depleted on the offensive line and wide receiver. So it kind of makes sense to go for one of the, corners that's still there. Wish they started to draft at 5 tomorrow. And obviously they're doing 2 rounds, but the picks are going to be much faster. Yeah. The Bills jumped the Cowboys.
That's it. Yeah. Progressive's home quote explorer makes it easy to compare home insurance options. Man, I told my wife thinking after hours. What do we do now?
And the priority list for the Buffalo Bills will be wide receiver, D-line, and linebacker. And Gabe Davis is going to be hitting free agency after this coming season. And Diggs is going to be hitting the fucking cap in 2024 for something crazy like 28 milli. So, and the depth in the front 7 took a big fucking hit too. So, wide receiver, D-line, linebacker. Buffalo Bills. And honestly, at some point, Buffalo is going to have to hope or trade up and get someone like this. Because if they don't end up getting a running back like Bijan at some point or another, they're never going to be able to get to the Super Bowl and win. That has really been one of their weak links. But then the defense went to shit when Vaughn got hurt. And, they started off kind of strong in the beginning, and then they got worse and worse and worse. And then we had the DeMar situation. Prayers up to him. But obviously, a lot of the problems weren't really the offensive weapons per se. It was the offensive line and the defense that really let this team down. And even with that being said, they're still one of the best teams in football. And they have been for a while, ever since Diggs, came over. And it took Josh Allen's game to the next level. But they need a lot of help, to be able to get past teams like the Chiefs, or at least to get to the Super Bowl and try to win it. So first tight end off the board. All right, so if it's a tight end off the board, it can only be 2 options. And it can be Dalton Kincaid from Utah or Mayer from Notre Dame. So we'll see where they go here. I mean, Mayer is probably the more popular name, but I think both are good.
Moisturizers and 3 vitamins. Pay more, but you can't get more. Gold Bond champions your skin.
Love the way you look on your big day with men's brows. From your first look to your first kiss to all eyes on you. Your top designers like
if the Bills get Mayer, then Odin's son is going to have to root against him when he plays against him with the Chiefs. We'll see. But I would be shocked if it's not one of these two. Who will it be? Kincaid? Utah, who was the higher projected, or maybe the more popular name, Michael Mayer from Notre Dame. But that's not even one of their top needs. Wide receiver, D-line, linebacker, and then they go tight end? Interesting. Mayer might be a Bill. It's either going to be Kincaid, and then it might go back-to-back tight ends with the Cowboys. One gets one, and one gets the other. So I guess it just depends if the Bills, wanted their choice. Who knows if they both wanted the same guy or they both had their eye on the same guy. But I think Mayer was the more popular name. Kincaid is just as good, maybe even a little bit better, but because he's on Utah, not as high profile. But you'll probably get these two guys off the board at the same time, one to the Bills and the next to the Cowboys. I knew the wide receivers and the tight ends were going to get off the board. You got Kincaid, Levis, Smith, Mayer, Murphy, Porter Jr., White, Branch, Uzuma, and Washington. Are we surprised that Levis is still on the board right now with all the talk and everything? How we were going to get all these quarterbacks off the board? Or are we a little shocked that he hasn't got picked yet? And obviously Hooker not being picked is expected. I don't think I didn't think that you would be picking Hooker at all in the first round off that, ACL and obviously with that injury. But this is a little interesting, though, to go tight end when you have way more needs than tight end. And don't you already have Dawson Knox still there? So you're going to do double tight end set like the Patriots with Hernandez and Gronk? Is that what they're trying to do? Everyone loves jumping the Cowboys. The Eagles did it for Dallas Goedert, even though they wanted to get, Dallas Cowboys, Dallas Goedert. And now the Bills did it to him again. Let's see who it is. Oh, Jags to the Bills. Who is it? Is it Kincaid? Yep. So you don't have to worry about rooting against him on the Bills. Kincaid goes to the Bills. Wow, he's got to be super excited. You fall a little bit lower. You don't go to the Packers. And guess what? You actually go to a team that's better, the Buffalo Bills. So he's fucking excited. He's like, he would have been happy with the Packers, but I guarantee he's way excited to be playing with Josh Allen. Are you kidding me? Who would you rather play with, Josh Allen or Jordan Love? Case closed. And that's good also, but then that means that Mayer is a Cowboy. How do you feel about that, Odin's son? At least the Chiefs and the Cowboys aren't in the same division, so I guess it's not that big of a deal. But if Mayer ended up going to the Bills, you'd have to root against him when you're playing against him, which would be tough. Yeah. This is crazy how everyone jumps the Cowboys on their needs. Cowboys needs D-line, O-line, tight end. And so I would assume next pick, unless they make a crazy surprise, but then this more than likely will be the next pick. But shout out to Kincaid. You drop a little bit. You probably were thinking, why did I not get picked by the Packers? And then sometimes sliding in the draft works for you. Sometimes going later, you go to a better team. And I'll tell you what, if I'm a prospect, I wouldn't want to play on the Packers if I had a chance to go to the Bills. Even with all the problems the Bills have had, you can tell at some point they're going to get to a Super Bowl. At some point, you would think if they can get a Bijan Robinson type of player at running back and beef up that defense, you would think the Bills will get to at least a Super Bowl or two before Josh Allen's career is over, and they may win one, maybe win one, lose one. But I do like this pick, but it is a little shocking because, there's a lot more need that Buffalo needed. But if they wanted to go for a tight end that was projected at 13 and you swoop them up at 25, you are excited because, again, tight end isn't going to be for everyone. Hi, Paisley. I thought Paisley just walked by. All right, Cowboys are on the board. I'm going to go say hi to Paisley. Yeah, and I watched a lot of Utah games, so I'm familiar with him. He's a monster. He's a good player.
Cowboys in the conversation, as you know. Understandable, but the guy they wanted was just taken, Rich. Well, it's not as if the tight end cover is there. That's true. Do you believe that is the option here for them? And I keep going back to best available. I've got Nolan Smith sticking out like a sore thumb. And one of the comparisons with Nolan Smith and talking to some GMs is Micah Parsons. Guys that ran in the 4.3s, freak athletes that you can walk around. You can use them as a blitzer off the edge. You can play off the ball. You can use them in games and run stunts with him. So, there you got Micah Parsons. I think if you look at tight end, Mayer makes sense. But at some point in time, somebody's going to have to stop the slide with Nolan Smith and take it. And there's Will Levis still in there too, right? Obviously that's not for this moment, but Will Levis, it's pick 26 in the first round, and he is in danger of slipping out of the first round. And the only thing I would counsel him is...
Paisley is the sweetest dog on planet Earth. Sometimes when, you feel weak and you feel vulnerable and you get depressed or you have anxiety and just, things just, are tough, but if you have a dog or a cat and, they have a lot of love and a lot of just love, and just emotion and just, the licks and the hugs and the kisses and the snugs, it's really does complete my life and, makes me want to keep going. So I need to get her out and get some exercise. It's 8:14 now. We've been streaming for almost 3 hours and 30 minutes. We got a few more picks to go, and then I think I'm going to go take her for an hour walk because I wasn't able to do that earlier today. So got to get the exercise, and she needs it too. She's such a sweetheart. She's always been that way, even as a baby. When she'd crawl onto the couch or on the bed, she would like lick my face or like the top of my head, and she won't lick just like a little bit. She, like if she licks my leg or like my arm, it's not like one lick, two licks, and like, leave me alone, Dad. She'll do like 50, and the just the love and the compassion and just how much, that we love each other. It's just crazy. I've never had an animal show me that kind of love before, even though sometimes it, you end up, getting all the dog kisses everywhere and you got to get a towel afterwards, but I love her, and I've never had a dog be just so loving before. I get it. 1 lick, 2 lick, 5 licks, 10 licks, but like 50 to 100, it's just, sometimes it's a little extreme, but I probably kiss her like 1,000 times a day. And sometimes she's probably like, Dad, I need some space, and I'm all up in her grill, but and then like the smell of her too. She has a certain smell with her fur, and she even smells like a baby still on like the top of her head. And there's like certain pieces of her that still kind of smell like that puppy smell. It's like an addictive smell. I don't know how to describe it. She's fantastic. Changed my life forever. All right, pick is in. Where are we going here? What do the experts say, Sarah? Are we going here? D-line, offensive line, D-line, offensive line, tight end. And then obviously the last time they wanted Dallas Goedert, the Eagles, went up and took their guy. And then the Buffalo Bills did the same. But I think that honestly, the Cowboys were probably looking at Mayer all along. So even though that they traded up, I don't think they necessarily Cowboys were probably going to be going here anyways. We'll see if they end up following through or if we get another surprise pick. So we got Cowboys, Jags, Bengals, Saints, Eagles, Chiefs. And even though there's 32 teams, we only have 31 picks. No picks for the Raiders. So for the people that are in the room, how are you guys feeling about this draft? Is it all kind of making sense now? When I was saying that it just the name recognition and as far as like their names, right? And some of these guys could pan out, but it doesn't give you that flavor where you just have heavy hitter after heavy hitter, big name after big name. It just seems like there's a lot of like unanswered questions. All right, hold on, guys. Hello? What's up?
With the 26th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft.
Oh, yeah. Okay, awesome. Yeah, the draft is almost over on the. Oh, Mozzie Smith. Oh my God, no way. Yeah, so it's almost done. We only have a couple more picks, and then I was gonna take her for a walk because she hasn't got one yet. But I still have another probably 20 minutes or 25 minutes until these last couple picks and whatnot, and then I guess the draft starts at 4:00 tomorrow. So if you're light tomorrow, then I might hop on. Depending on whenever you're done. If I have to start at 4:15 or 4:20, we'll see. But it's been pretty light for you. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see. All right. Well, that sounds good. Yeah, I'm excited. That sounds delicious. Ooh, that sounds good. Okay, cool. Yeah. Yeah. All right, awesome. That sounds great. All right, bye.
So the Cowboys added Smith to their defensive line. It's not Nolan, it's Mozzie. And so they choose the defensive tackle out of Michigan to send him into the NFC East next year. The Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock. They're all over their pick. We'll get that pick when we come back to Kansas City.
Now that was surprising. Mozzie Smith. They didn't even go for mayor. Interesting. See, this draft is just fucking crazy, man. Like I said, there's a lot of just names, but I feel that even for people that are very hardcore, college football fans, I feel that a lot of these names are kind of like, well, are they gonna pan out? Are they not? And a lot of names that normally the first round has a lot of names that even the average fan knows about if they've been doing some of the research. But this draft, compared to others, I've never seen a draft in the last 5 to 10 years that has so many like unanswered questions and so many like what ifs. Like you don't really know, is it gonna pan out? I mean, lots of question marks, man. And lots of crazy picks, too. I mean, there's always going to be crazy picks, but seems like this year, even more crazier picks than normal. D-tackle from Michigan. Interesting. All right, Jags are on the clock. Yeah. All right, Jags are on the clock. So if I am the Jags, I'm going Brian Branch, DB from Alabama. I think that would be the natural fit. Versatile safety, great player, would fit Jacksonville's scheme. We'll see if that ends up happening. But nothing is guaranteed in this fucking draft.
NFL Plus brings you the draft like never before with exclusive content. That's what I dreamed about. It's finally time. Plus expert analysis. He can do it all. And behind the scenes access all off season. Just trying to build that consistency. NFL Plus. Get it all for $4.99 this off season. Rise and shine with GMFB.
That was fun to watch.
Get your morning started with football, friends, and a whole lot of fun. Throw the click to. See you tomorrow, fam. Good morning football. Tomorrow at 7 on NFL Network. The NFL Draft Concert Series presented by Bud Light starts tonight, right after the first round as Fall Out Boy takes the stage. The performance will be streamed in full on NFL.com/Draft Concert Series and live on NFL Facebook and YouTube. I guess that's an unfortunate name for a draft at the very end of the first round. Somebody's Fall Out Boy, at any rate, let's talk about those who are about to be picked. What happened?
2 running backs in the top 12 was a huge shocker. 100%. 100%. And obviously it looks like, maybe the Detroit Lions maybe reached the most in this first round. But the thing is, Jack Campbell is a good fit. And I think, like I said, Gibbs was normally going to be a pick somewhere between 20 and 30 or early second round. But if they lost Jamal Williams and then Swift has injuries and they like the Jamal Charles type of talent, I know it's kind of a reach and whatnot, but if that's the guy that they fell in love with, they wanted to make sure that they were going to lock him up and no one else was going to take him. So even though that, because normally when it's like a reach, like a guy when they did Leatherwood for you guys, you're like, no, like you kind of had a feeling that it wasn't going to work out. I actually think Campbell and Gibbs will be good for Detroit, and they're on the up and up with Dan Campbell. I like him as a coach. Some people think he's a meathead, but like I said, they're like Jacksonville. They're getting closer and closer. Jacksonville did it last year. Maybe this is the year that Detroit can do it. But then you had the Jameson Williams thing with the gambling. So he's suspended for 6 games. Like, nice job, idiot. That would have been really big for them. So, but I still think Detroit in the next couple of years, they will have a chance to, make a wild card. They're getting closer. And it would be good. I would love to see Detroit, Jacksonville, the Jets, and the lower teams be in the playoffs. I don't want to see the same teams just suck forever. No Branch, really. Who is it? Joey Porter Jr.? No. Anton Harrison. Interesting. See, another one who we're like, what? You know what I mean? Like, there's been more what picks in this fucking first round. And I know Anton was projected to Cincinnati, which was coming up. So maybe that is a reason why they grabbed him here, because they knew Cincinnati was going to be looking for an offensive tackle. So maybe it's like a blocking thing where they knew Cincinnati had their eye on Harrison. That was one of their top 2, projected guys. And they're like, nope, fuck you. We're going to take him. So there you go. Interesting. Trevor Lawrence, always can need some extra help. Yeah, if you're going to protect him. Yep. Yeah, Kansas City, Cincinnati. There's a few teams that were looking.
like a player that you think league value might be a little lower, that allows you to trade back as many times as they did. Last thing on all the trades back.
Cam Robinson is getting suspended for what? All right, Bengals. They leapfrogged it. They're like, damn it, you picked our guy. Because I know Cincinnati had their eye on him. And the Bengals, the pick is in. Offensive line, tight end, running back. Do they go Mayer or go for another running back? Where are they going to go here? Need heavy in round one. Jonah Williams requesting a trade. Maybe right tackle first and then a tight end on day 2. But if Mayer is sitting there and they like him, Joe Burrow with Mayer, that would be kind of sexy. That would be sexy. Maybe not for Odin's son, though, because then if it's the Bengals and the Chiefs and Mayer ends up scoring touchdowns on the Chiefs and Mayer does it to the Chiefs, that could be rough. But we'll see. Those are the needs right now for Cincinnati. Let's see what they decide to do. O-line, tight end, running back. They won't. I don't think it'll be running back. I would assume it'll be offensive line, or tight end. And Mayer is there. If you don't pick Mayer, there's a drop off. Not Mayer. So offensive line. I agree. It's like, oh, it's in your bank account and your social and all your shit is red flagged. Dumb. Offensive line. Miles Murphy. Whoa! He slid in the draft. Wow. I like that. I mean, that's not necessarily what they needed, but it was a talent. I thought the Eagles would be looking at him. I thought the Seahawks would be looking at him. I love this guy. He slid in the draft, but you're on Cincinnati. Dude. I don't know. I mean, he didn't look really too excited there, but hell, dude, to be able to play with Joe Burrow, and I know he slid, and maybe that's why he's a little upset because he probably thought he'd be like a top 15 pick, and I don't blame him, but you might have gone to a shitty team, and you're going to the fucking Cincinnati Bengals. Wow. I like this. He slid, but I always thought that this was one of the better first-round picks on defense. Nice pick, for a guy that slid in the draft, and sometimes when you slide, people take it personal, you know what I mean? But it's just the other teams fucking up and not picking that player. But I mean, he easily, could have got picked, somewhere between 8 through 15. And yeah, I know you went all the way down to 28, but there he is. Now he's excited. He's like, oh my God, I'm on the Bengals. I mean, you could have been on, the Seahawks. You could have been maybe on the Eagles, or a different team. Wow. Cincinnati. Wow. He's like, this guy is way too good. It's like talent. He's like, he's just too good to pass up. We don't really need this position, but we can't pass it up. And I don't blame him. Wow. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Great pick for someone, sliding. All right, we got Saints, Eagles, and Chiefs for the last 3 picks. Saints are on the clock. They need D-line, tight end, and offensive line. They need to bolster the defensive end and the defensive tackle position on offense. Finding a safety valve for Derek Carr at tight end and depth for the offensive line would be moves that we could see. So Mayer to the Saints? Ooh, that would be crazy. And then for the Eagles, their needs are D-line and running back. So we'll see what they go there. And then for the Chiefs, it's wide receiver, O-line, and D-line. So we will see with these last few picks here.
Verizon Small Business Days are back. April 27th through May 3rd. Now is the time for a free tech check, personalized advice, and special offers. Like a free 5G phone. Don't miss out. Get started today with Verizon Business. It's your business. It's your Verizon.
Future is here. You've been creating it for more than 100 years.
So what do we think, though, for the people that are in the room? Does this draft have more unrecognizable names in the first round than you can remember? Because, I mean, like I said, I feel that, Sarah's pretty hardcore in this. I am as well. But I can even admit that, I don't know a whole lot about some of these guys. Like some of them I know a lot. Some of them I know a little bit. But some of these guys, I don't really know too much about them. Like I've heard of them, but it's not like I've watched extensive tape or I watch extensive games for every single potential first round pick, and sometimes you'll get guys from the smaller schools, but I hope it works out for the teams that get these guys. All of them, every single one. I don't know. I find that a little hard to believe. Everyone, every single one. You watch games on every single one. Everyone. Or are you talking about like watching YouTube stuff like after the season was over on some of these guys? Nolan Smith or Joey Porter? What happens if they go Mayer? And you get yourself a nice solid tight end. I mean, there's good picks there that are available. I agree with that too. Yeah. But besides Sarah on planet Earth, most people have no idea who most of these names are. I think that's a fair assessment. D-line, tight end, offensive line for the Saints. You can always run double tight end set. You're going to have cars, so you're going to be able to mix it up a little bit. But, yeah, I don't think you will be picking a tight end. But if you do, I don't think it's a bad move necessarily. Mayer's a good player. But like I said, there's other guys that are there that could probably be more beneficial. D-line and O-line is more important. All right, we're down to the last three. Pick 29 with the Saints, pick 30 with the Eagles, and pick 31 with the Chiefs, and nothing for the Raiders in the first round. Raiders. There's still some good talent still left on the board, too. Nolan Smith, maybe? Joey Porter Jr., like Oh Boy said. Let's see what they do. Brian Brzee, Clemson. That was normally going to be a second-round pick. D-tackle, another Saints pick where people are scratching their head and they're seeing names that are, like Asante Samuel Jr., they passed on him. Same thing with Joey Porter Jr. Maybe they should have pulled the trigger, but they go for the guy that they feel that would be the best fit for the Saints, not maybe the best player. The best player for them, not the best player overall. So I imagine most Saints fans will be punching a wall now. But yeah, you guys are used to doing that, right? I mean, I get it if there's no one else available, but when you actually have guys that have talent that you pass up, I can be frustrating. If it all works out, great, but it's not like the Saints have had great luck in drafting the last couple of years. They've had some misses. Yeah, you know better, bro, as a Saints fan. You know better. right? I mean, like I said, year in and year out, regardless if it's Sean Payton or Dennis or anyone else, it's always like some random guy that barely anyone has heard of, or it's like something crazy. You know what I mean? You're like, they have this guy, Nolan Smith is available, Mayer is available, Joey Porter Jr. is available. Hell, Brian Branch is available. Nah, not Levis or Hooker either. Nah, we're going to go for the guy that's maybe the 11th best guy on the board that normally would be a second round guy, but that's what they wanted. Yes, you will. And I know you will. I hope it works out for you guys. Brazil. So many like weird picks in this draft. Like it shows you it's picks that are for the team, not the most talented. It's not like sometimes in like baseball or in basketball where you kind of have a gauge. Football is you never know what's going to happen, especially if there's multiple needs. You don't know if they're going to address the number one need in the first round or in the second round or the third round, or if the other positions have been just ransacked and there's not a whole lot left. So sometimes that third option that you need, it doesn't have anyone off the board yet. So you go for that third one. Let's see what the Eagles do here next on the clock. I mean, are the Eagles going to go for Nolan? I mean, they love Georgia players. It would make sense, right? I guess this are we just going to have a Georgia Bulldog Philadelphia Eagle team? It looks like it. I mean, they went double last year, when Nakobe Dean, they did that, and then Jordan Davis. So are they going to do it again? Unbelievable. How the hell is he still available? Yeah, Branch is good too. Yeah, seriously. You know what I mean? It's one Georgia player after another Georgia, and these guys aren't like bad players. So they ended up going last year with Jordan Davis, right, and Nakobe Dean, D tackle linebacker, right, and then now they're gonna go Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith. Get the fuck out of here if they go that route. But again, even with all that being said, the defense is the thing that let the Eagles down and not winning the Super Bowl. I normally get Super Bowl picks right, and I haven't got a pick wrong. Oh, there's Birdman on the TV. Birdman is on TV from the channel. There he is. There's Birdman and his boy. There we go. That's awesome. Birdman got on TV 2 years in a row on the NFL draft. Birdman 951, a friend of the channel. Yeah, but like I said, the Eagles defense is, I normally get Super Bowl picks right all the time. And that was one of the first picks that I've gotten wrong in like 20 years because I thought that the Eagles defense would play as good as Aaron Donald and the Rams and my Tampa Bay Buccaneers when we won, but they clearly couldn't find a way to get to Mahomes. No sacks, no picks. And if you can't do that like I did, then you're going to lose. And that one hurt because the offense and Jalen played great. The defense let them down. So it shows you, is Fletcher Cox as good as like a Warren Sapp or an Aaron Donald? He's not. He's a Hall of Famer, but he wasn't an impact guy in that Super Bowl. They had a lot of pieces out there, big play Slay, but they underwhelmed. They needed to play better. And that was a little shocking that the defense that played so good throughout the year played so bad in the Super Bowl. I just messaged Birdman. I said, just saw you on TV, bro.
The pick is in, and they just put the Chiefs on the clock here. That's what the cheer was about.
I'm like literally dumbfounded that they're going to end up with, if they end up with Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith, but you're dumbfounded two ways, because if they don't take Nolan Smith, then I'm really double dumbfounded.
But it was crazy to see them play so well, you know, during the regular season, and then just to lay an egg like that. I just thought the defense would play better, you know, and you could be like, oh, Mahomes and Kelsey and, you know, all these things that they had. Well, fuck, when I played them in the Super Bowl, they had the same players. I mean, their O-line was banged up, and their O-line played great, and that was really the difference too. He said, we own this draft. And the guy with the belt right there next to Birdman is like one of his best friends. They both live in California. So I mean, they might as well just keep stacking Georgia players. Wide receiver, O-line, D-line for the Chiefs, and D-line running back for the Eagles was the primary. But shit, if someone like this that was projected to pay picked around 15 to 22 is sitting there at 30, you might want to snack him and grab him. You know, it's what you like. If you're Eagles, it's Georgia. You did 2 Georgia last year. You might as well do 2 Georgia this year again.
And Travis's mom, Donna Kelsey.
Kelsey's. There's Birdman again. That's awesome that, you know, like I said, with the costume that they're showing him. That's awesome that he's getting on TV.
Here's the deal. We've got a custom coin with Travis and the Chiefs on one side, and Jason
Oh, that's cool.
and the Eagles on the other. If your boys are playing at the same time, all you have to do is flip it, and it takes the decision out of your hands. Should we try it? Let's try it. It's Travis and the Chiefs! Good news. With NFL Sunday Ticket on YouTube and YouTube TV, you don't have to make that decision. You can watch both boys at the same time.
Yeah, all you got to do is overpay and pay like $5 billion to be able to access everything. All right, Mama Kelsey. Who is it? Yep. Georgia. And how about some more Georgia players? Georgia, man, Eagles. Now you just got to make sure that these Georgia players actually pan out that help them win the Super Bowl. Otherwise, it's not going to be worth it. You know, these guys have to step up. But in the last 2 years, you got 4 defensive Georgia players. And obviously them winning the championship and being kind of like the new Alabama, pretty impressive. Now they just need to be able to get everyone on the right page at the right time. Nakobe Dean, Jordan Davis, and now with Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith. Unbelievable that they got all 4 of those guys in Philadelphia. Smart pick for Philly. Yeah, undersized, but he plays bigger than his size. That's 100% facts. And then the Chiefs are the last team on the clock. Wide receiver, O-line, D-line.
Jalen Carter, and now he brings his teammate Nolan Smith on the same flight to Philly. You gotta be kidding me.
By the way, who was the one that was helping Jalen Carter during that pro day when he was struggling over in the corner, trying to get him up as a leader? It was Nolan Smith. This was the vocal leader of that defense, the alpha.
Nice draft for the Eagles. You can't ask for, better players than that. Look at that. Unbelievable. Now you just got to make sure that these guys pan out. You know what I mean? At one point, it'll be Carter and Davis next to each other after Fletcher Cox is gone. And then you got Smith on the edge and Nakobe Dean. I mean, that looks sexy. We just got to see if these guys can actually pan out and help the Eagles win a Super Bowl. Well, I think the Texans won the draft so far, but that's a close second though. CJ Stroud, Will Anderson, I'd say they won the draft with their 2 picks, but because I think those players are better. CJ could end up being a top 12 quarterback and at one point or another, and Anderson might be the best player in the draft on defense and overall. Carter is more of a project. He's a big body, but there's still some question marks there. He's not Warren Sapp or Aaron Donald. And obviously we know Nolan has got the speed, and even though they won championships, I don't think it's like clear, crystal clear that any of these guys are going to be like Pro Bowl, All Pro, or Hall of Famers. We know that they've been very good out of college. Jordan Davis, Nakobe Dean, and now was Nolan Smith and, Jalen Carter. But I feel like more of the players are like more on like the good side, not necessarily great. They have something to prove. I don't necessarily think that they're like elite. Like, I don't think any of those guys are going to come out of the gates and be like Pro Bowl, All Pro, Hall of Fame, but if they can work themselves from being good to being great, and then maybe one of them or 2 of them could end up being a Pro Bowler, then that'll, carry over to the others. We'll see if Cyberpunk gets shown on TV. All right, on the clock for the Chiefs, the last pick in the first round, Andy Reid. What is it going to be? Wide receiver, O-line, D-line. So right tackle is Lucas Niang, but they need to find a replacement and a better competition there. I'm interested to see what they do here.
Look at that. It's a draft city flex right there. Bring out the trophies. And we'll see what Brett Beach and the rest of the crew there are cooking up. And at this point in time, there's Brett Beach on the right. All the Chiefs fans, I'm sure that we'll have the chop coming soon to finish up the first night of the first ever draft here in Kansas City. I'm being told, what's the number of folks who came here tonight? 125,000 is the attendance of this evening. How did they count them all?
125,000. Holy shit. Levis is still on the board. Mayer is still on the board. Porter Jr. on the board. Branch still on the board. I mean, there's still some good names there. But what the most surprising is probably got to be those 4, though, that are still on the board. Someone's going to get some great players in the beginning of the second round. And usually that's how it goes. Not everyone gets picked. There's some surprise picks, some reaches in the first round where some of these guys, like Branch and Levis probably should have been picked by now, but you had a couple teams reach for guys that were probably more second round picks. And, some guys are just going to have to take the bullet, and then, we'll see what happens. Levis is probably depressed. He was like, oh, I might be the number 1 pick, and then not even in the first round. Cyberpunk. I mean, there's some good players that are available. I mean, you got Mayer at tight end, Joey Porter Jr., for talent at corner would be great. Branch at safety from Bama would be great. I'm not really sure where you're going to go. There's still some really good names here. Joey Porter Jr. or Branch would be a home run if you ended up getting players like that, even though it might not be a direct need, but it's his talent. So if you can scoop up a Penn State Joey Porter Jr. with his dad and that lineage at corner, we already know that, they need help in the secondary. And then Branch from Bama. So, those would be nice pieces, that would fit. No, come on, bro. Georgia players all day, every day. Yeah, and you already have Travis Kelce, so I'm not sure if you're going to go for a replacement for him like Mayer, unless they want to do like double tight end set. That could be interesting as well. They could always evolve the offense a little bit more, and they're not going to have Bieniemy anymore. So, there's options here. Even though you don't necessarily need those maybe positions right now, maybe best available, like Cyberpunk said. Wide receiver, O-line, D-line is what they need. Wide receiver, O-line, D-line. I mean, Jonathan Mingo is available, but I wouldn't pick him. That's wide receiver. You know, they've already had too much, you know, there. O-line and D-line. You can go Felix Uzama from Kansas State, you know, or Steve Avila from TCU offensive guard, or Keanu Benton from Wisconsin D tackle. So there are some names here, you know, for O-line. Joe Tippmann from Wisconsin center, even though you already have obviously a center, so you wouldn't go that route. You'd probably be going for guard or tackle. Osiris Torrance from Florida, offensive guard, you know, so I don't know where they're going to go, but I mean, if they're going for name recognition, they can go Mayer, Porter Jr., or Branch, but it could end up being, you know, a name like Felix Anaduke Uzoma from Kansas State, D-end. He's the highest D-end option that's available. And then Steve Avila from TCU is the highest offensive lineman based off talent. So I don't know if they're going to go for one of those two, but Cyberpunk, I appreciate you. The dono that you sent, it took like an hour for it to come through. I sent you a message. I appreciate you, man. There's all these Chiefs fans. Where are you, Cyber? Are you on there? Where's Cyber? Tomahawk chopping. Where are you, Cyber? Where are you? I'm looking. Cyber, Cyber, Cyber. Oh. Wide receiver, O-line, D-line. Hundo, let's get to 2. Draft is almost over here for day 1. And again, if it ends up being slow, I will be able to, hop on at the beginning of the day 2 at 4, or I might be slightly late, like 10 minutes or 15, just depending on if the girlfriend has to go the whole way until 4 o'clock. But hopefully, maybe I'll make a thumb tonight, so that way I don't have to do that, and then I can just hop in as quick as I can. So, or I'll make one tomorrow morning or tonight. Kansas City, baby. Who are they going? Yep, that was one of the guys I mentioned. Kansas State. I had a feeling it was either going to be him. I was looking at the best available because that's what they needed, and he was the 6th prospect. Tight end, corner, safety, tight end, DN. He was the highest rated DN that was left available. And then 2 below him was Steve Avila on the offensive line. So Felix Uzoma, this was the right pick for them. I mean, I'm not going to get all these things right all the time, but I kind of have a gauge sometimes. But this has been an unpredictable draft. I appreciate you. I really feel good that you're back. I always like to be able to, talk Raiders with you in football, and I miss you, man. Like I said, I think that a lot of people have been going through it, and it's a lot easier when you can go through it together. So it makes life a little bit easier. And I appreciate you. And they pick a guy close to home. Kansas State, Kansas City Chiefs. Night, brother. I'll see you tomorrow. And it probably wasn't necessarily like their number one option, there. But again, when you have a need, you just have to see what's available and what's left after all the smoke clears. And based off talent, that was a top 6 talent. Mayer, Levis, Mayer, Porter Jr., Branch, Musgrave, Felix Uzoma, Hooker, Hendon Hooker, and Steve Avila. That was kind of like the ones that were available. So, night, brother. All right, well, I mean, we're pretty much wrapped up now, and it's almost 9 o'clock, so I think I'm going to go try to take Paisley for a walk since I haven't been able to do that. Thank you to everyone that watched, donated, chatted, shared. Like I said, being loyal to the brand. I mean, I know there's a lot of other opportunities and options to go to, and I know sometimes people will do multiple at the same time and whatnot, and that's totally fine. But thank you for all the people, that came through and showed love. I appreciate you guys very, very much. Could be. Beta Betas. Could be. You guys have a good night. I love you guys, and I appreciate you guys very, very much. And I got one question for you. Who talk sports like us? Your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics. And I will be back tomorrow. Love you. Appreciate you. And I'm out. Gang.